Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottara. All the powerful secrets father will tell only to his son. It's too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Karyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting through this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya, Muruga, at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience, life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I'll make you all Subramanya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Create
Om Nithyananda
powerful
Paramashivoham.
invoking the supreme power
Paramashivoham.
Paramashiva in you.
Om Nithyananda
Unclutched from everything
Paramashivoham. Om
to experience as you
Paramashivoham.
and world.
Om Nithyananda
Direct, most powerful
Paramashivoham.
technique, method for you to manifest the being of Paramashiva.
Paramashivoham.
Create the Satya Sankalpa prayer, deep prayer, Satya Sankalpa, invoking Paramashiva. Oh my Lord, Paramashiva, the supreme power of the universe, supreme power of the cosmos, the most supreme existence. Please manifest yourself in me. He expects only one thing from you. You request him, not even praying. Request him, please manifest. He's waiting. He's as much in love with you as much as you are in love with him. Simple request. Offering this request, decide to unclutch everything you know as you and the world and anything you know. Absolute, free, unclutch. 10,000 people do this all over the world. Give a super conscious breakthrough to the humanity. It's actually too cheap, small number, just 10,000. You need just 10,000 people. And for a normal, average human being, up in level in their body and mind, within 3 months, they can successfully manifest Paramashiva. Nothing else is required, I tell you. If at all you want to reduce the 3 months time to lesser and less and manifest quickly, only one thing, stop taking solid food, start hydrating your body with a lot of liquids like neem juice, organic fruits juices, arugambul juice, herbs. Hydrate your body with organic juices, herbal juices. Stop taking solid food. Langanam Parama Aushadam. That is the ultimate alchemy medicine. Aushadam does not mean medicine. Aushadam means alchemy medicine. With the intention of manifesting Paramashiva. Not only detoxes your body, it detoxes literally your deeper layers like Prana Sarira, Mano Sarira. And Ananda Sarira, Vijnanamaya Sarira, Anandamaya Sarira. All the deeper layers get listen carefully. If you just do these 3 instructions, wait message from Paramashiva today morning. Request him, simple request, in your own language. It does not need any specific Sanskrit mantra, nothing. Your own language. Actually, my Anmartha Puja is a mixture of Tamil, English, Sanskrit, all the 3 languages. So it can be your own language. or mixture of 2-3 language, no problem. It can be your own language. Just request Paramashiva. I don't even want to use the big word prayer. Just request. Please, 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 can you manifest yourself in my being? Whatever I know as my being, can you manifest? The supreme power, the supreme authority, the supreme source of this cosmos. Please manifest. That's all. And then, after you put your request, try to unclutch as intensely as possible. I tell you. First instruction, requesting Paramashiva to manifest in you. Second instruction, unclutch, extreme unclutching, absolute unclutching. Third, if you want to fasten the process of manifesting Paramashiva, adopt this no solid food, only hydrating your body with the liquids, juices, herbal juices, fruits juices. The third instruction of this no solid food is not compulsion, it's an option. Just these three, that's all. First two instruction is compulsion, all have to practice. The third is option, if you want to quicken the process, that's it. If 10,000 people can do this just for 3 months, we can give such powerful breakthrough to, superconscious breakthrough to the whole humanity, because all of us are connected, understand? All of us are interconnected. We are all not islands. These are all fundamental truth. I tell you. When you start unclutching, Kailasa experiences the joy, bliss of your unclutching. Just if 10,000 people can sit all over the world and unclutch, we can give extraordinary superconscious breakthrough to the world. I tell you. Highest renunciation, greatest tyaga is renouncing your self-hatred. The most difficult tyaga is renouncing self-hatred, because the society teaches you self-hatred is great. It makes you delude between humbleness and self-hatred. Listen. Humbleness is not self-hatred. Listen carefully. Self-hatred is thinking you are less. Humbleness is thinking about you less. Less self-remembrance is humbleness. Self-hatred is constantly thinking about you, but very cheap, very low. Understand, there is a big difference between humbleness and self-hatred. Person with self-hatred will never be really humble. Adivinayam durta lakshanam. He will show himself very humble. But he is not humble. Understand? A real humbleness will be out of powerfulness. Society deludes you, makes you mistake humbleness your humbleness as self-hatred. And as you always in the state of self-hatred, so that you will be humble. Self-hatred is not humbleness. Most difficult thing to renounce in the life is self-hatred. So much of self-hatred, self-doubt, self-denial. That is why even if you think of future plans, so much of impossibility and you shrink. No, one more suffering, pain of failure, why should I face? Fool. Because of pain of failure, you don't plan, and naturally, no plan means failure. It is like because you are afraid some guest will come to your home, you call that person and tell him, please come. You are afraid failure will come to your life, and you stop planning and force the failure to come to your life. Self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt. Most difficult thing to renounce in your life is SDHD. Renounce that. Dhira, courage is moving the SDHD out and having the vision for your future. I am very clear. By the end of this year, means my 43rd year, when I am entering into 44th Jayanti, 44th Avatara Dina, I am very clear. Sri KAILASA will have embassy in at least 44 countries. That's all. And I will manifest it. And I will not bother about what I have not manifested in the past and planned. If I have planned and not manifested, I will see why I have not manifested, and I will eliminate those reasons with intelligence and go on planning, manifesting. Understand, when you plant your conscious will for your future, either that seed becomes tree. If that seed doesn't sprout, it will become manure. Listen. If that seed doesn't sprout, it will become manure. The seeds which doesn't sprout, at least becomes manure and enriches the ground. So, if I put 1,000 seeds, 900 may sprout and grow as tree. The other 100 is not going to be wasted. It will become manure. It will enrich the earth. It will raise the quality of the farming land. Source of the tireless inner space. Source of all the mental abilities. Source of all the knowledge and source of all the mental resources is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Even when you are eating, before eating, just sit for a few seconds and bring your breathing and remember the reality. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is breathing in you. Paramashiva is breathing in you. That is the truth. There is nothing to imagine and visualize and realize. Reality does not need to be realized. It is the truth. Highest possibilities, mental resources, conscious resources manifest from Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutched space. Turiyavana Sampannam. Time you spend on unclutching is the only time useful in your life. Every minute you spend in unclutching, your life will be rewarded with years. Understand? Unclutching or even effort to unclutch is like a rebooting. Means you are alive and upgraded. KAILASA releases the upgrading software every day. My everyday Satsang is upgrade alert. You can choose do now, or you can say remind me later. That is alive Satsang. Or not now. It is up to you. I am just everyday Satsang is update alert. Every day sitting in unclutching is like rebooting your whole system, upgrading yourself. Not just software, hardware, everything. Understand? Not just software, hardware, everything. I tell you, conscious resources awakening intense, pure, unclutched space. Listen to these two words. Conscious resources, awakening, pure, unclutched space. These two supports one another. If you start manifesting power, conscious resource, that inspires you to unclutch. Unclutching makes you experience more conscious resources. More conscious resources makes you more unclutched. Like a Nirahara Samyama is one of the conscious resource. Ability to deal when your stomach is throwing tantrum. I need food, I need pizza, I need burger. Ability to handle your stomach when it throws tantrum is a conscious resource. And that inspires you to unclutch. And unclutching makes you manifest more conscious resources and makes you manifest powers. When you manifest power, you know the Kundalini Shakti oozing out from inner space and does wonderful, miraculous things around you. I was reading about my Paramaguru, 291st Gurumaha Sannidhanam. He has written a beautiful books on
connecting with Kailasa space and the beings who are in Kailasa after leaving the body, Videha Muktas, connecting with them and receiving their help to reach Kailasa. He is master in this field. He is adept in this field. One of the gem, the Guru Parampara, 291st Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madhurayadinam, my Paramaguru, Guru's Guru, Paramaguru Sannidhanam, Somasundara Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swami. I was reading some of the books written by him. Not only the knowledge, the experience and strength, the great Yoga Purusha lived in very high Samadhi state, very high spiritual enlightenment. I tell you, once you start unclutching consciously, all those beings from Kailasa automatically reach out to you and manifest through you, support you, inspire you, educate you, awaken you. Like how Satyajnana Darshini, the great Kailasavasi, who achieved Kailasa, he comes and initiates Megandar and teaches the Sivajnana Bodham. So they come through the Akasa space and teach you, awaken you, give you many conscious resources. How Paramashiva and Parvati themselves came and Paramashiva and Parashakti themselves came and gave the knowledge milk, enlightenment milk to Jnana Sambandhar. They are constantly available. Just sit in unclutched space. Even if you try, that is enough. Consciously, sincerely trying to unclutch is enough. You will have all the knowledge showered on you. It is time now. The being of Paramashiva starts manifesting in all of us. The time is ripe. So, I am going to start the process for manifesting the being of Paramashiva. Whoever wants to attend, you can attend from your home. It will be conducted in two-way video conferencing. It will be whole day program. Indian Standard Time will be followed. It will be a very powerful processes, intense processes. Akasha Bhairava is the God. Akasha Bhairava is the God who makes all our beings ready for Paramashiva to manifest. It will be centered on Akasha Bhairava and making
Paramashiva manifest in all of us, it will be million times more powerful than Paramashivoham or any program I conducted till now. Listen. Till now, I manifested, revealed the signs of state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva. Now, direct process, program directly from Paramashiva to manifest the being of Paramashiva. Maybe I can call it as Paramashivoham level 2. Paramashivoham level 2, because the world is ready. The world is ready. Now is the time all the beings should receive Paramashiva and allow him to manifest in all of us. Understand? No teaching, no technique, no meditations, no methodologies, direct alchemy process, super alchemy processes. I am going to be personally conducting this program. It will be an intense program. First program I am offering after the great fast, directly. First program I am offering after the great fast, directly. Being with Paramashivoham. Manifesting. Being of Paramashiva. Being Paramashivoham. Prepare yourself. The intense energy Paramashiva is manifesting through this being. Will be transmitted to everyone. Each one of you will be literally manifesting the being of Paramashiva. If 10,000 of us can sit together and manifest the being of Paramashiva, not only we will heal the coronavirus in the whole world, we will give a super conscious breakthrough to the world. We will give a super conscious breakthrough to the world. The first program directly I am conducting after the great fast, Paramashivoham level 2. Paramashivoham level 2. Being with Paramashivoham. The whole program will be conducted absolutely based on the multi-dimensional logic. I'll introduce the logic and lifestyle. Way of existence of KAILASA to all of us. Whatever I was talking after the great fast, I'm going to make that all into reality. I'm going to make that all into reality. This is going to be the absolute life positive. How? Wars are the worst life negative. This is the opposite of the worst wars. Absolute life positive. Everything is going to be auspicious. Like everything about war is negative. Everything about this program is going to be positive. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. Intense space of Paramashiva manifesting. What will be the result of the program? One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. So how will you even measure what is the result of the program? The person who is supposed to measure will not even be there end of the program. You will all be manifesting Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. This will be the most life positive happening on planet Earth. The most powerful life positive happening on planet Earth. I am going to reveal all the sciences of Paramashiva. Whether planting your future, everything which I was giving trailer till now, I am going to reveal the full movie. I am going to release the full movie, the full being of Paramashivoham. Understand? Intangible but definitive experience and sciences of the cosmos is Vedas and Agamas. And Paramashiva is now going to manifest his very being in all of us.
Hinduism is all about contributing. Either you read Vedas, or you read Agamas, or you read Tantra, or you read Puranas. It is all about contribution. That is why even in the war, so much of restriction and so much of righteousness even in the war. Understand? After thoroughly studying all the Hindu scriptures about life, death, war, administration, economy, law and order, social order, enlightenment, after thoroughly analyzing, understand? I don't want to say I have read all scriptures, but I have read enough scriptures to understand what I am talking. After reading all this, I am absolutely convinced Hinduism is all about life positive. Extremely life positive. Whether it is a simple act you are expected to do, making rangoli with the rice powder outside your house, in front of your house, or applying marudani in your fingers, mehendi, or applying the turmeric powder for your face and kumkum early morning. Everything is all about life positivity. Life positive, life positive, life positive, life positive. Go on contributing, contributing, contributing. Not only minimum bare minimum as low as possible, taking back from the Jagat, but giving as much as possible. Hinduism is all about that. That's it. I tell you. Why do you think Hindus are the richest ethnic community, not only in United States of America and Canada, Europe and Australia, almost all major countries all over the world? Hindus are the richest ethnic community. I tell you, because from the young age, the religion imbibes this contributing pattern. There will be always exemption that is different, but as a rule, anyone living Hindu, practicing Hindu, if he brings up a child in a practicing Hindu way, it'll all about contributing. I tell you, I am so happy. I had amazing examples of contributors in my life whom I can see and grow, and who taught me contributing makes Parameshwara manifest through you. I tell you. When I came out of Ramakrishna Mission, the first ashram I established, I named it after Ramakrishna Mission as Ramakrishna Dhyanapeetham, for my deep gratitude to Ramakrishna Mission that I learned how to do hard work. I never felt I was exploited, I was cheated, and I should start fighting against Ramakrishna Mission. No. I felt, oh God, how much they taught me to do hard work. A great opportunity I got to do hard work, sincere work. You can talk to any Ramakrishna Mission sadhu. They will tell one thing. Oh, Nithyananda, yes, he was our brahmachari. 24 hours he will be working. Workaholic fellow. That's what they remember. We have reminiscences from many of them. I feel extremely grateful that they have given me an opportunity to learn hardworking. Understand? I tell you. Contributors, wherever you go, you will enjoy life. All contributors will always have Lakshmi, whether in the field of health, wealth, life, society, relationships, career, law and order, administration, economy, education, health, medical care, in every field. Hinduism is all about contribution. The Hindu medical researchers, the great Siddhas, they always do research and development to make the medicines, to discover the medicines which are easily available around your home. Understand? That is the beauty. They will always try to come up with a better and better combinations which is widely available. Means making medical care freely available. the whole thought current, again and again I bow down to Siddhas who made healthcare free in India. Till the time I grew up, I remember literally healthcare is free in the whole village, because we all know simple 50 medicines which we can get from Tiruvannamalai hill, which almost keeps 99% of diseases away from us. 99% of the city is kept healthy. And 99% of the city lives long. I have seen dying before 100 is exemption. Living till 100 is like a regular lifestyle. 90 வயசு தானே ஆச்சு, அதுக்குள்ளேயே வச்சது போயிட்டான். நல்லா தானே இருந்தான். Means, oh, only he's 90, he died already. He was all right till yesterday. Fundamental principle of contribution was the core context, whether they do research and development on medical care or they do research and development on law and order issues, or they develop a new law, or they develop the idea of what is valuable socially and what is economy, what for human beings should work, what is poverty and what is richness, what is having, what is not having. Even these definitions are framed based on the core principle of contributing. Who will be respected in the society and who will not? Who will have the best things of the society and who will not? All these decisions are made based on the principle of contribution.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottaragama. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting through this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya. Muruga at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience. Life itself I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I'll make you all Subramania.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick, that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels, why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions, you can't be transformed, is unclutching.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Swamiji. The Paramashiva is the sound in us when there is no sound created by us, and Dakshinamurti is the no visualization state of us. And so, how Mahadevi can be interpreted, and on what we have to concentrate to achieve the oneness.
Vijayan, all the ideas you presume here are wrong and false. So your whole question and the ideas, concepts on which you are building the whole question is wrong. Paramashiva is sound and silence. Dakshinamurti is visualization and absence and no visualization, and all your visualization disappearing into the great light. Visual silence does not mean absence of visuals. All visuals dissolved into the greatest visual, supernal effulgence of me. So all your binary logic ideas have no base, and every word you have uttered here is delusion. Next.
The next question number 4, from Constance Chapin from Guadeloupe. Nithyanandam Swamiji, what is my mission at KAILASA?
None of you have any work or mission in KAILASA. I have decided KAILASA is going to be run directly by gods and goddesses. All human beings can come only for darshan and program to KAILASA. No human beings are allowed to stay in Sri KAILASA. The gods and goddesses are going to run the KAILASA directly, including administration. Annapurani is here physically to run the Annalaya of KAILASA. If she decides she is interested in manifesting through you, and if you decide to do tyaga and surrender your being at her feet, and if she decides to manifest through you, then as long as she decides to manifest through you, you decide to allow her to manifest through you, you will have visa in KAILASA. You can be volunteering in Annalaya department. Either one of you decide not to allow the other to manifest. If you decide you don't want to allow Annapurani to manifest through you, or the Annapurani decides she doesn't want to manifest through you, you go back to Buloka. You go back to planet Earth. So no human beings in KAILASA. It's very clear. Any human being who is ready to do tyaga of his being, sarva parityaga, and ready to manifest the gods and goddesses of KAILASA are welcome to apply. Once you apply, those gods and goddesses will directly interview you, and then they decide whether you will have mission in KAILASA or not. All permanent residency in KAILASA is only for gods and goddesses, the bodies chosen by the gods and goddesses for them to manifest. All human beings are welcome to come and have darshan, initiation, attend programs, receive boons and go back. Human beings will get only visa. Only gods and the bodies through which gods have decided to manifest are going to get permanent residency or mission. So be very clear. Venkateshwara and Mahalakshmi is directly going to run the treasury and finance ministry. Kala Bhairava is directly going to run the security. Each department, those gods and goddesses from KAILASA are directly going to run and administer. The home ministry will be directly run by Parashakti. Annalaya directly by Annapurani. Each department will be run directly by my own manifestations, gods and goddesses of KAILASA. Anybody who is ready to do sarva parityaga,
including their being, for those gods to manifest in you, you are welcome to apply. Then they decide whether you receive visa or permanent residency or citizenship. Create a powerful cognition invoking the supreme power, Paramashiva, in you, and unclutch from everything you experienced as you and world. Listen, this is the direct, most powerful technique, method for you to manifest the being of Paramashiva. First, create the Satya Sankalpa prayer, deep prayer, Satya Sankalpa, invoking Paramashiva. O my Lord Paramashiva, the supreme power of the universe, supreme power of the cosmos, the most supreme existence, please manifest yourself in me. He expects only one thing from you. You requesting him, not even praying, just requesting him, please manifest through me. That's all. He is waiting. He is as much in love with you as much as you are in love with him. Just simple request. Please, 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 can you manifest yourself in me? Offering this request, decide to unclutch everything you know as you and the world and anything you know. Absolute, supreme unclutching. I tell you, just if 10,000 people can do this all over the world, we will give a super conscious breakthrough to the humanity. It is actually too cheap, small number, just 10,000 people. I am not asking more than that. We need just 10,000 people. And for a normal, average human beings, toxin level in their body and mind, within 3 months, they can successfully manifest Paramashiva. Nothing else is required, I tell you. If at all you want to reduce the 3 months time to lesser and less and manifest quickly, only one thing, stop taking solid food, start hydrating your body with a lot of liquids like neem juice, organic fruits juices, arugambul juice, herbs. Hydrate your body with organic fruits juices and herbal juices and stop taking solid food. Langanam parama aushadam. That is the ultimate alchemy medicine. Aushadam does not mean medicine. Aushadam means alchemy medicine. I tell you. Fasting with the intention of manifesting Paramashiva not only detoxes your body, it detoxes literally your deeper layers like a prana sarira, mano sarira. Whole brain gets detoxed. And Ananda Sarira,
Vijnanamaya Sarira, Anandamaya Sarira. All the deeper layers gets detoxed. I tell you, listen carefully. If you just do these 3 instructions, it's straight message from Paramashiva today morning. Request him, simple request. In your own language. It does not need any specific Sanskrit mantra. Nothing. Your own language. Actually, my Anmartha Puja is a mixture of Tamil, English, Sanskrit, all the 3 languages. So it can be your own language or mixture of 2-3 language, no problem. It can be your own language. Just request Paramashiva. I don't even want to use the big word prayer. Just request. Please, 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 can you manifest yourself in my being? Whatever I know as my being, can you manifest? The supreme power, the supreme authority, the supreme source of this cosmos. Please manifest. That's all. And then, after you put your request, try to unclutch as intensely as possible. I tell you. First instruction, requesting Paramashiva to manifest in you. Second instruction, unclutch, extreme unclutching, absolute unclutching. Third, if you want to fasten the process of manifesting Paramashiva, adopt this no solid food, only hydrating your body with the liquids, juices, herbal juices, fruits juices. The third instruction of this no solid food is not compulsion, it's an option. Just these 3, that's all. First 2 instruction is compulsion. All have to practice. The third is option. If you want to quicken the process, that's it. If 10,000 people can do this just for 3 months, we can give such powerful breakthrough to, superconscious breakthrough to the whole humanity, because all of us are connected. Understand? All of us are interconnected. We are all not islands. These are all fundamental truth. I tell you.
द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वती साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, with the grace and unending compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome you all with our love and respect. We welcome all the devotees, disciples, Kailasa Vasis, Gurukul Balasans, Nithyananda University students, viewers, visitors, watching us live on Kailasa TV and Kailasa's Nithyananda TV to yet another extraordinary day of Nithya Satsang. If this is the first time you're joining us on Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, a very special and warm welcome to you to the official TV programming of Sri Kailasa, the greatest and only Hindu nation in the world. Sri Kailasa is a Hindu nation revived by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Sri Kailasa is dedicated to to the preservation, restoration, and revival of an enlightened culture and civilization based on authentic Hinduism. During the Guru Purnima address this year, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam gave a very simple message: enrich yourself with enlightenment and enrich the world with enlightenment. We invite you all to enrich. Share this video on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other social media platforms you're watching this. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, KAILASA's Nithyananda TV, to receive exciting updates about Sri KAILASA. The global Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yagna is in its 64th day. On May 13th, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam started this movement to give the world a superconscious breakthrough and heal the world from COVID-19. Since then, people from over 50 countries continuously sit and radiate the space of Paramashiva by participating in the process of unclutching, sitting in Nirvikalpa Samadhi 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. 601 people sessions from 13 zones around the world from 50 countries contributed to 36,060 minutes for peace as part of this initiative just today. Every zone starts with the chanting of Mahavakya initiated by Swamiji for 1 hour, and then chanting of Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita for 1 hour, and then sitting in the process of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. Free introductory meditation classes are also available and no prior experience is necessary. So log on to http://kailasa.tv/Minutes for Peace and join the Minutes for Peace movement. The vision of KAILASA is enlightened living for all humanity, which is rooted in the fundamental principle of Advaita or oneness. The idea that all beings can live in peace and harmony, and that all human beings are equal and divine and can reach their highest potential, irrespective of their color, nationality, religion, gender, sexual orientation, caste, creed, or race. KAILASA is built on the basic principle of openness, enlightened living for all. This is an inherent strength of KAILASA. There are some abusers and cult members who have mistaken this to be a vulnerability and have tried to exploit it. This is the extraordinary story of a rape survivor from a fanatic Christian cult leader and implant. It gives me a lot of pleasure to welcome Luke into this program. Luke is from Toronto, from Canada. And first, Luke, I just wanted to tell you, it takes immense courage to be able to share and talk about what you went through. We thank you for what will be a healing story for so many victims. Please introduce yourself, where you're from, and what you do.
Om Nithyanandam Paramasukatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasya Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakchiputam Bhabhatitam Trikunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. Yes.
Luke, I think you're muted. May I ask you to please unmute yourself?
I am unmuted.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. Can you hear me? It's unmuted.
Yes.
You can hear.
I think we're having some difficulty in hearing you. Just one moment, please.
Okay.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda, Luke. And thank you for joining us again. And please tell us where you're from and a brief introduction to where you are and what you do.
Okay, yes, Nithyanandam. My name is Luke Vieira, and I'm from Newmarket, Canada, Ontario. And I've been a disciple of His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Paramahamsa Nithyananda, for 3 years now, which partially have been broken due to the abuse that I've experienced. So I have, luckily, I don't know, Tejo, should I tell the story now or?
Yes. So I just wanted to first hear from you about how your childhood was and how you got interested in Swamiji and Hinduism, especially coming from a Western upbringing. How did that happen?
Okay, yes. So in my journey, I was always seeking something higher in life. I always wanted something more. And I knew that I had a higher purpose for this life. I always felt divine love for everyone. I was actually working for one of the McDonald's restaurants, not promoting McDonald's, but everyone always would say that they enjoyed my company. I would always give free treats to everyone, and through the kindness of my heart, and I felt like I had a divine mission in me. My devotion towards God was always something supreme in my life. I used to be I was an ex-bodybuilder actually at 16 and 15, 16, 14, around those ages. I was doing bodybuilding. So after the gym, every time I would come out of the gym for bodybuilding, I would always feel a presence of the divine after the intensity of my workout. And this same exact presence I felt is the same presence I felt when I looked at His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So when I found my guru, Swamiji, my life totally changed. Actually, before I found Swamiji, I was practicing a lot of Hindu rituals like Rudrabhishekam actually in my house. And my parents were like, what language is he speaking? I don't know what's going on and whatnot. But I was trying to tell him, I'm trying to connect with God and the divine and whatnot. And it was very fulfilling. I then learned a lot of spiritual teachings, spiritual practice. My sadhana was very strict. I would take, I was actually taking the celibacy brahmacharya before I found Swamiji and whatnot. So it became very intense practice of Hinduism before I found Swamiji. And the moment I found Swamiji, this is a while ago, about 3.5 years ago, not too sure. But when I found Swamiji, he popped up on an advertisement on the YouTube. And I said, oh my God, like it was just speaking to me. He was pointing and he said, you, it was actually about third eye. And I was so interested and I felt, oh my God, this is the same exact energy I felt when I was, outside of the gym after my workouts, all of connecting with God, and it's the one and the same. I felt that it was one and the same. So I went and then I said, okay, I have to go here. So I watched all of the devotees' videos, all of the disciples' videos on YouTube, like that were very influential to me. And I said, okay, let me go since I'm 8. I think I was 17 and a half. I just turned 18. And I said, okay, I have to go to Gurukul. So let me go to Gurukul and be with my enlightened master that I found, my Swamiji that I found on YouTube. So through this time before I went to India, I tried to print out his picture and do as much puja as I could do and whatnot, and whatever devotional work and living through his teachings and just buy some rudrakshas and try to fit in the lifestyle as much as I could and follow everything His Divine Holiness was saying. So one of my main inspirations to come to India was ex-brahmacharini Ma Surupa Priya, whom we called. And I was also very inspired by her. And she was one of the reasons I had gone to the Adi KAILASA, Bengaluru Arena in Biridi. More so my Guru Swamiji. I really didn't care about anything else but my Guru. But so
That's
I went.
beautiful. And that was beautiful that you shared that.
Yes.
And just to hear that you were a manager at 18, that's actually remarkable. And I actually wanted to find out, what was it when you got to Bidadi? How was it there? And especially, how was it to be in the presence of Swamiji?
In Bidadi, I can say it was just beyond the best experience of my life. I had called my parents and said, this is it. This is everything I've ever wanted. My guru, he gave me a hug and he says, he loves me. So I'm just feeling full of bliss, and this is it. I found my place. I was very interested in the Go Mandir. I loved the cows. I was so in awe by the lifestyle, and by my guru. It actually took me a while to connect, to listen to the satsangs at a certain level, because I was so trying to connect. I was always trying to just connect with Swamiji, and all I could do is just bow down and have the feeling connection and whatnot. So it took me a while to actually just get relaxed and listen. So
Beautiful.
yes, my experience was the best time of my life. I can definitely say it brings me joy. As you can see, I'm smiling.
Wow, that's fantastic. That's fantastic just to hear. And we're also joined in by Sri Nithya Sharabeshwarananda Maharaj here, who wants to share in and basically join in the discussion of what you went through, because this story, like I said, is very extraordinary. It takes a lot of courage for somebody to come and talk about it. And joining us now is Sri Nithya Sharabeshwarananda Maharaj. Yes, Maharaj.
Nithyanam, thank you, Tejas Swami. Nithyanam, Luke, it's a pleasure to have you here, and it's very commendable. So, so one thing I was finding very extraordinary, as you mentioned that at a very early age, at around 15, you were like a manager, you were leading people, you were a source of happiness to so many people. And as your whole experience goes, at the end of it, you describe your whole experience in 3 words: locked up, depressed, and dead. So there's a huge gap. So what have you gone through from being a manager at 15 to somebody who people described as a loving person, sharing, contributing, to maybe around at the age of 19? How did this thing happen in 4 years? Like coming back to what you described as locked up, depressed, and dead. Would you like to share?
Yes. So I'll just warn everyone. This is a very emotional happening for me. So if any sort of emotions come out, just just be with me on it. So when I left Bidadi, I wanted to start a studio, and music was always a thing that I loved. So I said, let me come back and let me start music so I can spread Swamiji to the world, which was my intention, through music. Let me cause my reality. Let it be simple. Let me stay innocent. Let me enrich the world. Let me try and live as much as I can integrated to the lifestyle. So as I was doing, my parents were enjoying. They helped buy all the studio equipment for me in my studio. And eventually the studio became a hit. And I had sannyasis, certain sannyasis like Sri Nithya Asatoshananda Maharaj and Sri Nithya Kritananda, who are my good friends, come visit and record a Devadi Dev, which was a song that we did a remix of the Despacito song. Yes, the Despacito. And it attained over now is 1 million views in total. And then one day, Sarah Landry, she had come to Toronto, and she had said she's come here for no reason. So I said, oh, okay, great. Great. And she said she wanted to check out my music and come over and see what was going on with the studio and the music. So I said, okay, everyone's coming. Okay, just make sure you guys don't eat make sure you guys stay integrated and you don't eat the onion and garlic and whatnot. And my parents were very hospitable to them. And I wanted to just make sure they were at the utmost respect. Utmost respect for the sannyasis of Swamiji, my guru. And one night when the two brahmacharis, males, my good friends, fell asleep, I would stay up all night and just record. And I ended up alone with Sarah Landry. And at this time, I was alone. She had given me a very odd feeling. I was just sitting and I was just praying, okay, let this be a connection with, like a mother figure. This is my mother, kind of. I'm a Gurukul kid coming out of India. This is my mom. So I said, okay. And in the studio, she had given me this big stare with huge eyes and said, do you know that Swamiji, one of Swamiji's devotees, one of Swamiji's brahmacharis had come out of Bidadi and slept with multiple women and come back, and Swamiji said, it's okay. Obviously, I have proved that this is a lie, and obviously this is not true. So right after she said that, the moment she said that, she stopped moving her body completely, and she gave me such a scary look, like I was fully controlled over. And she had stared at me right after that for about a minute. I started having mixed feelings in my gut, and I did not know what to do. And I started to feel like immediately I was under her hypnosis. Like immediately I was under her spell almost. And after those couple days that they had left, nothing had happened then physically. But after when they had left, I could not forget that. And I almost felt like I was supposed to bow down to her and supposed to reach out to her and just do what she says. So I did. And one day at the temple, I was at temple. Sorry, my phone is. Would you be able to grab me a charger? The iPhone charger. Sorry. Yes, I was at temple. I was watching a video just of an artist, a rap artist, and she had done the same thing with the look and some sort of energy. I have no clue. And then she had lied. She put her breasts on my thigh and laid them. And I was just looking at Swamiji's photo, just saying, I don't know what to do. Please, I don't want to have any sort of sexual relations with your sannyasis. And sorry, one moment. I'm just plugging in my phone. And I'll be over here. Yes. I had said that, Swamiji, please, just allow me to be in your space. I don't want to feel any lust to any of your disciples or brahmacharis. So immediately, when she had done this, I just felt like my Guru Bhakti was just all over the place. I did not know what to do. My strength was gone. I turned into like her little robot, sexual slave, I can say. And after this, she had called me multiple times at multiple nights and planned for, she actually said Swamiji sent her. She said Swamiji sent her to be with me, and that's why she went to Toronto. Because Swamiji said we should be in a relationship, which is obviously not true. And so I believe this. As a young boy, I believe this. I believe this, and I said, okay, I'll do whatever you want then, because you're close to Swamiji, and let me just surrender. Because I'm very much like that. Any word of Swamiji, I'll just surrender. So I did. And she had then, actually, psychologists I went to, and many sort of people I've talked to, and they are convinced that I have the post-traumatic stress disorder almost from this. So this is the type of seriousness and of this story. And she finally planned for us to move in together, both of us. And I'm sorry, you guys. And we did. So then she would pay all of the bills, all all of the everything, all of the supplies, just to have me there, just to have me. I was abused.
So it was like just to have you as her slave.
Precisely that.
So she did all those things just to have you as a slave.
Precisely.
That's horrible.
Yes. And when we moved in together, I was just in a room, and outside. Actually, the 2 first weeks we moved in, we were still doing puja. Maharaj, I think there's an audio in the background. Yes, and she was still doing pujas to Swamiji, and she still had his pictures. I still saw it 2 first weeks, so I thought, okay, let me live the lifestyle with her, and let me, hopefully all the best, because Swamiji has blessed us. That is what she told me. So I said, okay, let me just live the lifestyle with her. 2 weeks after we had moved in, she then came into the room, looked at me with her big eyes, and did her hypnotism or whatever the hell it is. And she said, she started doing Guru Droha. And my bhakti is like my most important thing. That's my life. My life is my bhakti to Swamiji. Nothing feels better to me than that. It's the highest ecstatic bliss I can ever have in my life. So she then started doing the Guru Droha, and I won't even get into the things she was saying about Swamiji that were false and that I knew were false. And I have the files she was reading are false. Everything she had made up. For example, Teal Swan. She made a video saying, Nithyananda forced me to blast Teal Swan on YouTube. Well, that is false. When I was in Toronto, in the apartment, she had said, she took the time by herself to contact Teal Swan's ex-husband. And her ex-husband said that she had done certain sort of rape on her clients and whatnot. And she said herself she wanted to destroy Teal Swan in Toronto to me, to my face. And then making a video saying that Swamiji ordered her to do it. This is the kind of person we're dealing with.
Look, I think this is atrocious. The way that you trusted her, and you yourself said you held her in very high esteem, and she exploited that. She very clearly knew what she was doing. She's a serial abuser. Knowing your trust, gaining your trust, and I'm even questioning the reason that she did puja in your presence is only because she can gain your trust.
Exactly, Tejaswami. First of all, projecting herself as something what she is not, just to win the trust, and then showing her true colors.
Yes, and I haven't gotten into to actually any of the story, any of the I wouldn't say the meat because it's not veg, but the vegan meat of the story. So after those 2 weeks with the extreme Guru Droha that I took, I was just like, okay, my life is over. My life is gone. Let me just sit in this room and pray to God, Paramashiva, to just take my life every night I would do. Then she said, rip off your kantamala, and forced me to cut off the jatas. So I had cut off my jatas, and I ripped off my kantamala right in front of her, all of my Hindu wear, my holy thread, all of the stuff that mattered most to me in my life. And
oh my God.
And then she said, this is where it gets serious now. The Guru Droha is over. The Guru Bhakti is totally in the air. Everything is, once everything is gone, everything is gone. So I actually was very against alcohol. And I started getting into alcohol, and she would buy it for me because the pain was so bad. I was so hypnotized, I couldn't even call my family. She said, don't call your parents. If you call your parents, I'll punish you and I'll curse you. And my parents were shocked because they didn't know what was going on. And I literally couldn't even call them. I can even just remember the moment. So I was totally dead in the room every day. Right outside the door, she was making the videos abusing Swamiji, falsely abusing Swamiji. I'm here saying I have nothing to prove. Even if I wasn't a devotee of Swamiji, which I am, I would still be saying this. This is the truth. It's not what I want. It's not what I care about. It's not what I want to say. It's not a passion of mine. This is the truth. It is a passion of mine to protect Hinduism and protect the truth, of course. But to complete, sorry. But I want to show you how raw I'm being. And then after the Guru Droha, and I was just finished, she then said, come in the bed, and you have to. And if you don't do 8 times a day, and I came running to my 8 times a day, I'll curse you, and I'll destroy you, and I'll do stuff and perform all these things. And I came running to my parents, and I have my parents here as proof. I came to my house. I'm dead. I need help. Help me, please. All of these things she's making up about Swamiji, I can see right here. I have all the proof. And they did not know what to believe, because she came to my house and did the same Guru Droha to my own family. She destroyed my life.
So basically she drugged you and she put you in fear with making claims of curse, and she used alcohol and sedative material to exploit you, both psychologically and sexually, and left you in a completely broken state, and kept on repeating it day after day.
Yes. And then it got even worse, to the point where I would just say, no, I don't even want to do anything. Let me just be here and drink, because whatever you're saying is false. Make your videos, do whatever you want. I'm already dead inside. So then she said, she would come in the room and she would say, okay, well, you have to do the sexual conduct with me, or I'll go somewhere else and do it, or I'll start doing it on my own and thinking of someone else, or all of these horrible things that you can obviously see are damaging. The amount of families that she's destroyed and people who she's lied to, I can tell you with my whole life on the line, to call a bite of his feet. None of the things she said about our Guru is true. None of the things she said about Swamiji were true. All of it was a complete lie. So for all of
this was part of the strategy that she used all her lies, all her deceit, so that she can gain your trust and she can use you to further her position. She's a cult leader. She wanted to she was an implant, and she wanted to abuse and destroy His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The whole Sangha she wanted to destroy. That is the only agenda that she had. And she was trying to use you. At the time, what was your age? How old were you when this happened?
At the time, I have to do completion. At the time, I was just turning, I was turning 19. Huh? Turning 19.
19. So just a boy of 19 years, she dares to exploit. She dares to use you, your innocence, your surrender to your Guru. She was able to abuse.
Yes.
This is the highest form of Guru Droha.
It's the highest form, Tejo Swami. And sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. The amount of sickening things she would tell and defamatory things, I now know that those things she would say are psychological techniques to make anyone, for that matter, lose trust and lose devotion and lose innocence to anything, for that matter. So things that would hit you in the heart, she would say, and these things were extremely sick. I can tell you, I'll get back to the story, because this is what's really important.
So Luke, she used your innocence, the fact that you once upon a time and trusted her, thought what she's saying is true, for the position she projected she held, took advantage of you, drugged you, sexually abused you, psychologically abused you, and then pressurized you to be a sexual slave for her.
Yes.
And she's mentioning that she will have more such like you if you did not participate in the act with her.
Precisely.
What kind of fear it induced, that knowing that she's not going to stop just with you, not just with you making you a dead person, but threatening you that if you did not comply to her, she'll get more. She's not going to stop. How did you that must have been terrifying, that already I'm dead. So,
yes.
And it's not stopping there.
Yes. So already, and even worse, because that's something, hey, maybe a normal person would do to try to control someone. But the worst part of it is not even that. The worst part was one night where my mother, I found out, was in the hospital. And my dad had texted me with my sister and said, oh, your mom is in the hospital and with the heart palpitations because of the high amount of stress and grief they were worrying about me, and that I wouldn't contact them. I couldn't. I was trapped. So at this time, I told her, and she didn't know why I was seeming more sad that day. So I told her, my mom is in the hospital, and I was crying. And it was actually on the TTC train in Toronto. And these two women, a woman and her daughter, had looked at me and said, started just looking at me in such a sad way and said, like, almost like I could tell, like, thinking, what's wrong with that boy? Like, is he okay? So, because I was just crying in the TTC. And at this moment, then I had told her, I had said, my mother is in the hospital with heart palpitations. I'm very worried even for her life. Then she had cursed me right after that, sworn at me, and just destroyed me to the point where I didn't even get angry. I just felt like just not being alive that time. And I just threw myself, I ran into a football field and just threw myself in the mud. I was in a nice suit. And I said, I don't care anymore. You've taken everything from me, including my family, everything I love, everyone I love. And I don't know what to do. All I can say is, God bless you. And that's it. Because everything was gone. Even worse, she then started to do rape, unconsensual, unconsented. None of it was even consented. I started not even wanting to even be around her. And she would just bring me and pull me to do the sex 8 times a day. And
drug you and to take advantage.
Precisely.
Intoxicate you and take advantage. Psychologically break you and take advantage. And all the time she's using all those words on you, all those techniques, psychological breakdown techniques on you. And till the end, you're not trying to use anything bad for her, like completely taking advantage of your vulnerability.
Yes. I just actually, my dad, because he plays reggae music. So just to remember something good in my life, something that I loved, my father, I would just play reggae music every night just to remind me of something nice in my life. So, and also this person she actually said to me one day, let's go on the street and curse everyone who is not eating veg food. And obviously, as we know, Paramashiva does not force you to do anything. He only requests. So this I thought was utterly horrible, even though I don't believe in the non-veg eating. And I myself am pure veg. But I just thought, what a heartless thing to think of doing after you've already destroyed a boy. Just every night I was in my room, she would come every single night and tell me more Guru Droha, more Guru Droha, more Guru Droha, and try and destroy my bhakti with false evidence. I would find Swamiji's pictures still in her closet. And this just, I have no clue. I can't even understand, honestly, just the amount of abuse. And I finally, after all of this stuff, I was harassed, all of this stuff, you guys can understand. I finally got to a point where I felt like just I broke. Like I just had a mental breakdown, and I said, and I actually threw I just threw a simple thing on the ground and just said, I'm done. Just stop. Please stop. So the message I want, obviously all of you can understand the severity and what not else happened. There was more, but I think I've said enough. And you guys can understand the severity of what I've gone through.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
This one thing I really wanted to point out is, let's call it for what this is. This is rape of a sannyasi, of
Yes.
a brahmachari who has taken the vow, who has taken the blessing. This is atrocious rape of a minor person, of
Yes.
a sannyasi
Yes.
who took the vow and who is following the vow very sincerely, who had the highest possibility only in his mind.
Yes.
And to know all of this, and to know the effects of destroying that, and what it does to an individual, to exploit that, and to rape a person, a child who's almost half her age,
Yes.
is
Precisely.
sick, is really sick.
It's very sick. It's very sick. Actually, the one thing I just want to tell everyone, so they can have some sort of completion. I know many families have been ruined and damaged by her, and many people's Guru Bhakti has been destroyed by her. This is the one thing I want to tell everybody, that none of the evidence, none of the claims she made were true. All of them were false. And she uses this way of jabbing, where jabbing your worst possible thought that you could possibly have, she will activate. So in turn, the Guru Bhakti will be destroyed and you will be brainwashed. This is the technique that she is using. And I can say, as a defender of Hinduism, none of the things were true, and I do have the proof.
And let's also be very clear. This is an attack on sannyashood. This is a belligerent attack on the vow of celibacy of all sannyasis, all Hindu sannyasis. Basically, she knew, as being a brahmachari herself, she knew the vows. She knew what happens.
As a pretending implant brahmachari. Yes, Tejaswami.
Yes, absolutely. Pretending to be one. But she knew the inside, the code of a brahmacharini, what it means, what it takes, the sanctity that each of us hold when we wear the kavi, when we take on this blessing from Swamiji.
Yes.
It is an abuse to each one of us to actually invade a brahmachari's body.
Yes.
To go after somebody maliciously, using the trust he had on her, manipulating and exploiting. This is atrocious attack on whole Hinduism, all the Hindu sannyasis, the whole sannyas which she had attacked.
Entire Hinduism.
So Luke, you have mentioned that she tried to show you she tried to put some thoughts, tried to show something which were presented to you as some kind of evidence.
Yes.
And you have mentioned it a couple of times. So do you think that she gathered what you perceived as evidence by herself? Do you, and what she did to you, was it done by her alone? Who were the people who were supporting her, and how did they do this to you?
Yes, that's a good point you've brought up. So during the time we were there, the rent, I was not even, the job wasn't even questionable. Working was not even questionable. First of all, my whole life, as Tejo said, was just churn. And I realized, I looked at her computer and she said all of her money for the rent and all the money she was getting was from an Etsy shop. And I checked the Etsy shop one day and it said it had no sales, no new sales, but yet some $5,000, some $1,000 would come into her account. And I would say, what is going on? And then one person, again, I don't know if this is someone just, that's not, I don't know, but one person had written her in the chat, said, I saw you in a black Chevrolet, like one of the, like the president, like the same one of the presidential kind of trucks. And I was so, at the time, just brainwashed by her and didn't know what to do. So I just expected, okay, there must be people funding. There must be people helping her. There must be people, because how can 2 sales, which probably would equate to maybe what, $500, pay for a $2,000 rent every month, and me just done in a room.
And look, I'm also looking at the conditions, the environment under which she was able to brainwash you.
Yes.
She was pretending to be a chaste woman. She was in a position where she was commanding respect. She was using that power. She was given a responsibility, and she was using that, abusing it, misusing that power.
Yes.
And that's how she was able to brainwash you.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
so,
precisely.
So look, so what I see is that you coming to know about the fact that she was faking the fact that she was earning any money from what she was projecting to the world as some kind of jewelry legitimate business. She was actually getting funded from behind, and there were people behind who were taking advantage of the situation and presenting a completely false image in the front. And
Yes.
she was getting funded by people who were supporting her lifestyle of sexually predating on you, a young underage boy. And at the same time, they were also supporting her with the so-called evidences, the false ideas, the false evidences.
Yes.
So it was a very collaborated and managed environment. And surely she must have been very particular about keeping you under control, because if you went out of her cult,
Yes. Yes.
you will be the first one to expose all these things. So naturally, it becomes very obvious why she was so adamant about
Yes.
keeping you under her
Yes.
control. So she used all possible means of intoxicating, all possible means of psychological, subjecting you to psychological trauma, everything. It's because you were a potential threat, a sexual
Yes.
slave who knows the whole story in and out, and at the same time a threat which would reveal the dirty traits, the trade secrets of this cult.
Yes, precisely. Yes.
And
Now,
how did she threaten you, and so that you don't come out with the truth?
Precisely.
Could you share it?
So, yes. So in the apartment where I was, the facility where I was, just in the one room, every day, just doing the drinking and the self-destructive whatnot, she would tell me, like, for example, one of the sannyasis actually called me, and what she had done is created such a fear in me about the whole Sangha and Swamiji that I was afraid to pick up, that I did not know she would, and I don't even want to get into this, but she would create the mind controlling where where she was in the room, and if someone called from Sangha, she would just curse me out. I would be cursed. I would be blasted. I would be just destroyed. She would just, the way of the power, I don't know, the brute force and violence she would use in her just her aura, in her manner, to me was just so intimidating. I anything she said I did. It was just, if I could put it in 2 words, I was a sex slave.
If you wouldn't mind, could you share an exact how she did it, what word she used with the same tone?
With the same tone, yes. So I'm sorry, I can barely even think back, but I will. For example, she would say, just if someone called, she would say, "Don't do that. Don't mess with me. Don't do this. I'm Kali. I'll destroy you." All of this. And I was just like, oh God, because being Hindu, I know the gods and the goddesses, and I wasn't even believing this because I would say,
Did she? Yeah, sorry, please continue.
Yes. I would say, how is this the lifestyle of a goddess? The whole place was a disaster. Things were everywhere. Crystals were everywhere. Certain products were everywhere. Dark products were everywhere. And just the tone she would use was so intimidating. Anytime I tried to do anything, call my family, it would be, you don't dare to call your family or I'll curse you.
Look, did she ever use violence? Did she ever hit you?
No. It got to the point where I became like a total powerless child. So I would just be like, yes, but it was like something like, it wasn't directly hitting me. It was like taking away certain things, like taking away certain products and taking away things from me and making me think, hey, where did I put that? Where is my this? Where is my that? Actually, the term I'll use is gaslighting.
Gaslighting.
Yes, precisely. And the funny thing is, all of the things she's claimed Bhagwan, our guru, to do, she has actually done all of those things and she uses those things. So obviously it would be easy for someone to come up with those things if you're living, no? So this was just, I don't know how to put it. In 2 words, I would just say I was a sex slave and I was brainwashed and I was just taken to the point where I was destroyed. And I will just say one thing for everybody who's maybe lost their Guru Bhakti, or on behalf of Hinduism as a whole, that our Guru is real. Our Guru is real. And our Guru is to be respected. And Hinduism is to be respected. Because all of these claims, I can tell you with my life on the line, are false. So if anyone has lost their Guru Bhakti, don't feel like you're a fool. Don't feel guilty. Just come back and renew your bhakti, because I was reached out by many families and said that their families have been destroyed, their wife has divorced because one was with Swamiji, one wasn't, and so much chaos. And I know chaos is not of a god. As Swamiji says, it's
This is true.
Yes.
No reason for guilt.
This is my message. This is my life.
This is a very conceited effort from an international crime racket. She's part of a cult.
Yes.
She's a maniac, a pedophile.
Yes. Completely.
Twice your age. She got your trust. She had the audacity to touch a sannyasi, to rape a sannyasi. She would go to any length to fulfill her wishes, to further her dominance.
Yes, precisely that. Yes.
You would do anything. And here you are, an innocent 18-year-old boy.
Yes, I have some
no clue. Nothing but you knew Swamiji. You were so inspired by him. You were inspired by anybody you saw in Bidadi. Anybody who was being there.
Yes.
And she exploited that.
Yes,
she ensured that every moment she knew exactly what she was doing and what was happening to you, and she was manipulating you.
Yes.
Let's not forget who she is, because she had everything at her disposal.
Yes.
You were a silent victim, a brahmachari.
Yeah. Yes.
A Hindu brahmachari, a sannyasi. You were a victim of an international crime racket. She is part of a huge cult.
Yes.
A cult that dominates and uses sex slaves to their advances.
Yes.
Their motive was to only go after Swamiji, go after Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, and his Sangha, to destroy, to dismantle the whole Sangha. That was the only agenda.
Precisely.
As part of that agenda, she has tried to use you. So this is a global criminal racket that she was part of. She's well trained.
Yes, very well
thought
trained.
out, and she has a very clear methodology. She had planned it out. And you had such innocence. I hear many stories about you when I speak to people. Just a good-hearted, kind-hearted person. And of course, I know you personally also. I've never seen such an innocent being, so nicely connected to Swamiji. All you wanted to know is to have the experience and be in the presence of Swamiji.
Yes, I just love every day, every weekend I would go visit temple, Toronto, KAILASA, and just help. And I was just living in such joy, such bliss I had. I even remembering, I feel great even just remembering. And every weekend I would go, I would have some sannyasis, male sannyasis, brahmacharis come over, record music in my studio, and just life was a thrill for me. I did not know anything of this side. I only knew stuff of innocence, and now I feel as though my life, she's taken a life of innocence, and it's going to take me lots of completion. And luckily, only due to our Guru, Bhagwan Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda, coming back to him, I'm able to successfully recover.
So Luke, what I'm able to make out is, like, very clearly, till your childhood, till the age of 15, you were doing very well. You were evolving in the best possible way that part of the society could offer you. And then you took the right decision and jumped into the Gurukul. There also you got the environment which you desired, and a correct protective environment where the good things and the best things in life could happen to you. When it was not, when you were deprived of this ecosystem and you were taken away out of this protective ecosystem, and you fell into this, what they call in the UK as a grooming gang. It's the word they use in United Kingdom is a grooming gang of pedophiles, sexual predators who kidnap and lure their victims. The pedophiles who use all these ways to sexually groom their victims. So you fell a victim to a cult, a syndicate cult grooming gang, which sexually exploited you, psychologically tortured you for their vested interests. And they destroyed your life completely.
Yes, completely. I even though it was just less than a year, I was trapped in the Toronto apartment. I felt like a totally different person after. My innocence was totally lost. That space of me that I felt was so pure and just whole and complete was just shattered into pieces. And all I can say is this is the type of silliness we deal with in this world. This is the type of sickness we deal with in this world. And to the level of coming, even implants coming to KAILASA itself to assist in the destruction.
So
Yes. This again is a reminder of the sex maniac Shera Landry and her exploits. And it doesn't stop here. There have been multiple accounts of the same exploits. And you're not alone.
Yes. Thank you.
And a very important thing, Tejaswami, a very important thing to make a note of, although she infiltrated and came inside KAILASA, she was not able to do anything inside KAILASA. Only when she was able to take her victim out of the ecosystem into her control, the environment of her control, that is where she was able to destroy. So although she was able to infiltrate, it is when she got the victim in her closed confinement that she completely revealed her true colors and completely destroyed him.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. As long as she was in Bidadi, there was nothing she could do. But when she had her chance, she planned it out so that she can exploit. She laid out the whole picture. They set out the plan and executed precisely how she wanted it, where she wanted it, everything. She was simply using you as a pawn. I know,
Yes.
Luke, the sense of loss. I think you talked about it multiple times, and in the Facebook post also you mentioned. What are all the
Yeah.
things you feel you have lost?
What are all the things I feel I've lost? Well, first of all, I've lost the connection with my family. The innocent connection with my family has been broken ever since she came to my house and did the Guru Droha. She was sitting downstairs as I was telling my parents everything that she had told me, sadly just polluting their minds. And my connection has never been innocent and the exact same with them and complete. It's always been a nervous feeling whenever it's brought up. And first of all, my life, I have not been able to get a job yet. I have not had the courage to go out and even do things like, I don't know, even the simplest things. I have the PTSD comes back, and anyone even looking like her, anything like that, it will all come back. So I can just say, I am here just to say that all of this is false. All of these claims are false. One being here has been destroyed, and by this implant, whatever she is, I don't even feel any enmity against her. Even I just feel like I have to say what's right. I come here and tell. I'm here to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. And everything she has said is 100% false.
When I hear your story, I can see your sweet innocence is lost. Your innocence towards life is lost. Your
Yes.
brahmacharya, the sannyashood, is lost. Your very simple, beautiful connection with the Guru, that
Yes.
was damaged. She ensured all of this happened. She did
Yes.
not care.
Yes.
What
I live
she
with the PTSD, Tejo, actually.
Yes,
Every night.
post-traumatic stress disorder. And she
Precisely.
gave birth to that.
Yes.
And she knew exactly what she was doing. This was a
Yes.
well planned out, well thought of attack on a brahmachari, on a Hindu sannyasi.
Yes, Tejaswami. So, look, you have mentioned a couple of times the trauma you have gone through, and one of the things which, although she pretended to her best capacity in Adi KAILASA, she had actually on record boasted her drug addiction, about her usage of meth, which
Yes. Yes.
what do you think? So what do you think about you being intoxicated with alcohol, and what do you think she did with you?
Yes. So she actually at the same time was doing the drinking. Not only that, she had told me multiple times that she used to do certain drugs like crack cocaine with her old boyfriend, and all of them, psychedelics, all of these things that Swamiji says that are deadly, dangerous, totally destroy the body. And just the amount of disgusting things that was put into me, I can only say, just I pray that this being finds help and stops destroying what's good in this world.
So look, one thing is what was done to you psychologically and put into your head psychologically. One thing is the intoxication put on you physically.
Yes.
Did so violently have you abused substance?
Have I abused substance?
Did she force you to abuse?
Yes, she would buy the alcohol and she would buy certain drugs and after she would say to use them. And when I use them, that's that's when she would say the Guru Droha. So it would get deep into my subconscious mind.
This
Did she
this
force
sannyasi.
the meth? Did she force meth or any of those dangerous substances on you? Maybe
No.
with the alcohol, mixed with the alcohol?
No. It was just the alcohol. Just the alcohol. And I was so against drinking in my earlier life. I would never even touch. I would actually tell people to stop drinking. Like my family, even if they bought certain alcohol, I would just tell them, hey, it's damaging to the brain and neurotoxin and not sattvic and all this stuff. And I was totally against it. So this is the level of damage and destruction I was at, where I just didn't even care about myself anymore.
Abusing a sannyasi, not only psychologically, but physically, in terms of violence, in terms of even abuse of substance, making you intoxicated. So much of abuse, so many different ways, so many possible ways that just one person has unleashed on an unsuspecting young brahmachari, a Gurukul Balasant. This is atrocious at so many different levels.
Yes, Tejaswami. Just to look at it, from a person who was heading a team at the age of 15 to somebody who is having difficulty in taking up a new job.
Yes, precisely.
Similarly, from a person who was absorbed into building body with the remembrance of divine, not just building body, just doing gym, but with the remembrance of divine, so that the muscle memory records the divine. From there to some body which has been totally physically abused and shaken, that it's collapsing by the post-trauma stress. So this is a attack at a complete level of the being, psychological, emotional, physical, even financial, like completely broken.
Yes, I was not allowed to go work. I was not allowed for friends to come over. Nothing was allowed. I was totally in control, 100%. My whole being was in control. And if anybody, I know there's a lot of people who will say like, people have been implanted by Sangha and Swamiji to record this video. All of my parents are here on the camera. My mom is right there, my sister. I'm in my home. I have nothing to prove, say, or do. This is just the complete truth.
I really appreciate you saying that, Luke. And
yes.
And thank you for all the support and that you're receiving from your family. And I'm sure this is a very tough time for them also. And this is not just one person they have abused. They have abused a brahmachari, a sannyasi. So the whole Hindu sannyasis, the whole family of Hindu sannyasis she has abused. Not just one family. Please let it be known that this is not just one person, one innocent person, innocent boy and his family who has been abused, but the whole Hindu sannyashood, all the sannyasis have been collectively abused by this malicious act.
Precisely.
We know how Swamiji beautifully has us maintain our physical body so that it can be right for the ultimate expression. How we treat it as our temple. The body is treated as a temple. And to abuse Swamiji's words is one thing. To do Guru Droha is one thing. But to use somebody else, to use a sannyasi, to use a brahmachari, to abuse his physical body, his sweet innocent space. Only a sick person, a sex maniac, a pervert.
And not just a sex. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Tejaswami. So it's not just a sex maniac. We don't even know the kind of people behind her, because the people who are funding her, just because Luke was able to escape the clutches, we are able to come to know the shocking truth, because it would have been impossible for the world to know about such a horror that has been manufactured by a group which we don't even know, which is funding such crimes. And we just know the surface level of how they are doing such atrocious crimes to young boys, making them victims of their sexual perversion, such pedophile gang. We don't even know the truth. And it is only because of the courage of Luke that we come to know whatever we have come to know. So it's a very big conspiracy which we have come to know a little bit about it. We don't even know what's behind.
Yes. Yes. All I can say is I'm sorry for everybody who has lost their, or has their Guru Bhakti, has had their Guru Bhakti damaged, and has lost any sort of loved one in the family due to this psychotic person, I should say. I can barely even think back to being just trapped and just raped and just totally exploited to the point where she has my entire being. So when I came back, it was actually my parents who pulled me out. It wasn't me, because even for me, I didn't even have courage to leave. I didn't have courage to do anything. So luckily, my parents came and they forced me out and pulled me out. And I'm so grateful for that. Being brainwashed even after, I didn't go back to Swamiji for a while. It was only until I just turned on a satsang and I just watched, and the feeling connection I had, and Swamiji just hit my being. And I said, no, this is it. This is it. I have gone so far away and been so exploited from my innocent Guru Bhakti that I enjoyed so much. It was like a gift to me. Doing my studio, just even Swamiji's picture in my studio with Kala Bhairava was a gift. Something that I never took for granted. So I turned on the satsang and just gave my phone the biggest hug and said, I'm back. I'm back. Just take me back and please heal me from this abuse that's happened and damaged my psyche ultimately.
And look, that's why I'm so thankful that you're able to come out and share your experience, because this will be a healing experience for a lot of people, so many people who go through abuse. And they may not even know that there is a path to come back and restore themselves, regain themselves. Because an abuse of such magnitude by an international cult, a sex pervert who has very clearly planned it out and always had her ulterior motives, destroyed, a sex maniac, a sex pervert, a child rapist. It is so difficult for somebody to come out of this and even realize that there is a path forward and path back.
Yes.
And that is why I'm so thankful that you have come out and shared your story, because this will be inspirational. And so many people will be able to relate with it.
Yes.
And they can also find their way back.
Yes, I hope so.
And
so Luke, I wanted to know, it's very clear how beautifully your parents have brought you as a child until you fell into the unfortunate trap. And also how you were supported by them, your parents who brought you out.
Yes.
So your parents have did their best to protect you. At the same time, I wanted to know how you were supported by the Sangha to come out of this trap. How you were supported by your parents, and who are the people whom you give credit to your survival? And who are the people whom you give who have been the biggest culprits to the abuse you went at the hands of the pedophile cult?
Yes, I can say it was just her. Actually, a funny story was, she had told me not funny at all, but for the lack of a better term, she had told me in this facility that I was living in, she had said during being in Adi KAILASA, she had felt huge attraction, sexual attraction, and would fantasize every night about Sri Nithya Nithyananda Maharaj. And I find it funny. He was also one of the biggest abusers. He's probably under the exact same psychological, brainwashing, mind control, magic, whatever you call, that she did to me. Because I was at a point where I didn't know what was right and wrong anymore. So I give credit I give full credit to Swamiji for getting me out, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, whom all of these disgusting, mind-controlling, brainwashing pedophiles and gangs attack. Just know, he is the one that made me feel better. He is the one that healed me. And if you're on the opposite side, if you're on the abusal side, just know that I'm here as living proof of the disgusting acts of the abusers of my guru. So I ultimately thank Swamiji for bringing me back the most. Otherwise, it was definitely my parents I give all respects to for pulling me out. I actually did not have the courage to even go contact anybody in Sangha because I was still brainwashed. So I couldn't even contact I felt like I couldn't even contact anyone in the Sangha. So until I came out with this message, I joined Paramashivoham and whatnot, but I just kept all of this inside. And until I finally had the courage through my guru, only, I finally was able to come out on the Facebook. I finally had the courage because I said, hey, I have nothing to fear. My guru is here protecting me. And I know I have to do what's right.
So you mean just by Swamiji's teachings, just how he gave the powerful cognitions, that alone was the only surviving, that was the only thing, that the last thing, that the only thing which helped you survive and sail through this storm. And that is the only thing which I believe that you can recommend anybody to have faith in. There is nobody. Of course, people played their parts, as you said, your parents played their part, but it is only that Swamiji's powerful cognition, Swamiji's teaching, Swamiji himself, without even talking to you, without even saying your name, without doing anything, just by whom he is. That is the only last hope and the only first hope that saved you, right?
Yes, and actually, the healing came when I was just on my swing outside, just remembering Swamiji on his swing in the courtyard in Adi KAILASA that we used to have, and sadly, due to the abusers, Swamiji needed to leave. Sadly, due to these false claims that I have pure evidence for. As a child, abused, raped, sexually assaulted. I was on my swing, and every day I would just come out I came out for a total of 3 days. And just listening to his Mala Mary track, and just melting in unclutching and oneness, and using his teachings and just crying out all of the pain and coming to completion. So my completion definitely came due to Swamiji. And I've come back, and successfully I'm able to be happy and, have something to look forward to in life. Know that there's something to look forward to really in life. And it's my guru who is getting all these remarks said about him that I can tell you with my whole entire life on the line are false.
That's beautiful that you shared it. Just a remembrance of even a song, like you mentioned, can bring you back.
Yes.
And the only takeaway from there is a possibility for all of us to come back and restore our space. with Guru, with Swamiji,
Yes.
anybody who has gone through abuse. And I'm sure there are more, because the way that she was even dealing with others, I'm pretty sure there are more stories that will come up, and so many others who were abused in the same way. And this,
Yes.
your story, will definitely give them that hope that they can also become complete and they can also connect again.
Yes, you can come back.
And definitely, yes, and they can come back and be with Swamiji. And this is the crux of the whole story that we are seeing here. That here we have this sex maniac, a child rapist, a known meth addictor, a self-proclaimed meth addictor, meth abuser. She abusing a Hindu sannyasi.
Not one sannyasi, Tejaswami, not just one. As Luke revealed, that she had what she described to Luke as she having a, even I can't utter the word, she having a sexual fantasy when she's referring to Datananda, whose life has also been destroyed. So we don't even know how many lives she has destroyed. And so it's not even just one person.
Yes, and this is another sannyasi. This is another sannyasi's life ruined.
All I can say is I just remember the innocence of Gurukul and the gist about Gurukul, and so light energy and such a light vibe. And it was only when I would talk to her that I felt sort of scared, like intimidated almost. But I treated her as like a mother to me there, because since I was in Gurukul, and I've been being in Gurukul, I can say that I've never witnessed any of the things that she's saying. All of those things are false that she's saying about what happens in Gurukul, what happens to the children, all of these defamation and just damage that she's done to people's minds about such a great happening in life. I just have nothing else to say. Just I hope that she can be stopped and we can have justice for what's good. Because if you're on the side that believes in working for what's right and good, please know that my guru is that side.
Now it is very clear why she has targeted Gurukul repeatedly. How she targeted Gurukul? Because she knows destroying the Gurukul system,
Exactly,
will ensure that the whole tradition can be destroyed. Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, has put all the efforts to revive the science of enlightened living and the Gurukul system, the Guru-disciple relationship, the Guru-disciple parampara. The whole system is being brought back, and now she knows that is a place to attack. She has identified that, and consistently
precisely.
she has tried to destroy Gurukul, destroy adolescents, the young saints of the Gurukul, to abuse them, completely remove their connection with Swamiji, destroy lives, and with that just destroy the backbone of Hinduism. This is a very targeted attack. Beautifully, the whole thing is being brought back, but she knows. As an implant.
And see the whole game, Tejaswami. She is the one who is destroying the life completely of a young man, a young boy, a young brahmachari, completely destroying it. And then she going on the camera, she going through her whole infrastructure of, we don't even know who's behind it. And she claiming that she's trying to protect kids, she's trying to protect children. See the whole contrast, it's like completely unbelievable. She is the one who is sexually predating, a pedophile. She's a pedophile, sexually predating on a young innocent boy and completely destroying him, intoxicating him, subjecting a young underage boy to, we don't even know what kind of abuses, and coming in front of the camera with the false fake story, the false fake narrative, the false fake face. The whole thing is false, where she's claiming that she's trying to protect. It's such a hypocrisy, such a huge gap, and it is all aimed and targeted, and we don't even know how many lives she has impacted. How many lives she has impacted, we don't know, and it was completely targeting the Gurukul. If she was interested in the Gurukul, if she was interested in protecting children, she would be the one predating on a Gurukul boy. She wouldn't be predating on a young brahmachari. The whole story is completely fake, what she's telling and what she's trying to project. Rather, it is something she's trying to suppress and something she's trying to bury.
Yes. And this is the same methodology, the same formula that we have seen time and again. People infiltrate, they infiltrate the safety net of the ashram, of the adinam, and they do everything from sitting inside. They collect the trust of people and abuse that trust and completely try to destroy the whole structure. And the first thing that they do is actually start abusing. They start releasing false narratives, false stories about Gurukul, about Swamiji, about the tradition, about what goes on in there. It is time and again we have seen the same kind of formula being used by abusers all over. It's a whole anti-Hindu, anti-Guru nexus that uses this methodology again and again and again. And look, I really wanted to take a moment here to acknowledge what your parents would have gone through. It must definitely not have been easy for them to have you go to a far-off place in India and be in an ashram and come back and then go through this malicious attack. What they would have expected is completely different from what has happened here, and the dreams that they had for you, and how openly and willingly they have welcomed Sarah Landry, the sex maniac, the child rapist, into your own home, welcomed her, gave her food, gave her everything, and yet she also abused their trust. And I really want to take a moment to thank them, because this whole episode is not something that we can we see on a daily basis. This is not something that's natural. An abuse by an international criminal, an international cult, and the whole machinery is behind Sarah Landry, and she's leading that effort and abusing, attacking from every possible way to stand in between and ensure that you are supported and you are taken care of is really commendable. And I just really wanted to thank them for that. Now, the healing process has happened.
1 second, Teja.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Luke's mom, and I have never heard all of these details up until now, which has made me cry and terrible for what my son has gone through. I knew of her mom. I spoke to her mom. It was a very different sort of angle for things, but I know that my son has changed. He was such a strong kid, and he's still very strong. He's wonderful, and he's smart. But I didn't know the degree of what was happening, and I'm just so sad, and I'm just so happy that we got him out, and we brought him home, and no matter what his path is, his mom and dad love him very much, and I want him to heal from this so that he can be the same boy that he was before he left and went, to this apartment. And we supported him to do the choice that he did. He was going to do music engineering in the apartment, but it just, every time I visited, it was decaying. The apartment was a disgusting mess. Sarah seemed like glassy-eyed and out of it. I came one time, and I believe she even lied. I was looking for my son because I had made an arrangement to go out to dinner with him, with my husband, and she told us that he wasn't there. And we got there early at their door and knocked, and we heard noise, and we knew that he was in there, but she turned us away. And it was the most heartbreaking thing because I hadn't seen him for about 4 or 5 weeks. And what prompted me to go in and say, I'm going to break into this apartment, is I had not heard from him for 6 weeks. We asked every friend that he went to high school with, we asked cousins, whatever, and nobody had heard from Luke for over 6 weeks. In July of last year, actually, it was July of last year. And I said, I've got to go down and find out. And we waited outside of the apartment for the security, let us through. I said, I have to go up and to see what's happened to my son. He won't answer any calls, text messages, nothing. And we went upstairs, and funny enough, the door was open, not open physically, but unlocked. And I went in, and my son was in the living room, a mess, and he was out of it. And I said, this has got to stop, Luke, you've got to come home. And then, it was another occasion. We went down, and I couldn't get him out at that point. And then I went down on another occasion, and I said, this is it. And they were both outside, and they'd had an altercation. And I know it was probably because he couldn't stand whatever she was provoking him with. And they were out on the front brass. And I said, you're not going back in. You're coming with me, and you're coming home. And that's enough. And I moved him out. I actually never let him go back to see her. I dealt with her, and I got the furniture that we had given him and her to live on, and TV and whatever, all the belongings. And I never let him go back or see her or do anything with her. And I said, goodbye. I said, that's it, Sarah, you go on your way. I will go on mine. And then she kept complaining about things as we were packing up stuff, and that I paid for this and I paid for that. It was all like a totally different view, that she had, been put through all this hardship financially and paid for the rent and all this business. I said, yeah, well, your choice. You stayed with this person for 7 months. And, you could have gotten out of this after the first month. I came back and said, and she was making up all kinds of stuff. And I just knew when my son came back, he wasn't the same person. We have gone through, it has been a year. My son can't work. He just doesn't feel like the same confident boy I had. And I love you, Luke. And I hope this has been something that can heal you. Because we've done what we can do. We're here, we support him, he lives with us. But I know that he's so much more, and he can be so much more than how he's feeling about himself right now. He's just not feeling the same. And I know that this is the beginning of perhaps his journey back to being the person that he was, and doing what he really loves. So, and I know he's very talented in music. So I'm a musician, so I know. He did some great work with your Adinam, and he did just other wonderful things he's produced over the last couple of years, and he has the equipment to do it. But I want him to feel good about doing it, and be positive with his life and not let it go to waste. He's too young, just turned 21. So, yeah, I love you. Okay, I'll let you guys go. Thank you,
Ma. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming and sharing this. What must have been an ordeal for you to go through, to see your child go through this horrendous experience. And we also want the same, that Luke recovers and gets back, and also makes this environment possible so that nobody ever actually has to go through the same experience again. Because the pain that you just expressed is too much. The pain of a mother who saw the child grow up with such enthusiasm and so much possibilities, and go through such an experience just by one person, one vicious person taking it upon herself, destroying the future, trying to completely dismantle the whole Gurukul system, and thereby destroying the lives of so many people like Luke. who were innocently coming in to have a higher life for themselves, a beautiful, extraordinary life for themselves, to destroy that, to gain the trust and destroy that, that's insane. That is sick. Only a sick, twisted mind can even think of such a thing. And I really thank you for coming out and sharing this. And really, this must have been a extraordinary pain to go through and see Luke go through all of this. And we wish for the same also, that Luke completely recovers and heals from this, and like you said, be the musician that he wants to become. So back to you, Luke. I just wanted to ask you one thing. So now that your path back, you were able to come back and restore yourself, and I just cannot help but think that there are so many others who will definitely be on the same path, and there is more to be done to ensure that they also find the same kind of peace and completion that you have found in Swamiji, and that will be a good payback to ensure that more and more people will be able to recover from such kind of.
Yes.
So Luke, it was very brave for your mother to come forward, brave for you to come forward. You mentioned your father used to cry to Swamiji's Atmamurti, if I'm not wrong. So
yes.
So is your father around? And I would like to thank your whole family from the bottom of my heart. And really, your parents have been very supportive, I can see. So how was it for your father? Your mother has shared her experience.
Well, I can talk on his part. He's gone to sleep. So yes. So I can remember my father. There was much trouble back then, if I can remember, with my father. Actually, our neighbors, one of our neighbors had come to him and talked to him and said, "Why is he not acting the same? And why are you so depressed?" And this and that. And he wasn't going through a good phase in his life. He had actually quit his job. He didn't have courage. He landed in the hospital with meningitis syndrome that he has. It's a viral meningitis that he has. When the stress gets very high, he'll need hospitalization. So for his bloodstream, and he had that also. So this was also when I was there, being told these things, and knowing about these things, and knowing about my family. Getting just also thinking that maybe she's probably doing some sort of curse or some sort of negative thing to my family as well as me. So you could imagine the amount of just total annihilation of my being, my heart, that happened.
I very strongly feel, Luke, that you deserve completion. You deserve justice. You have not done wrong. You have been wrong. You have been victimized. It is you who is the victim, and it is you who deserves completion and justice. And it is your family, it is your parents who have done the right thing. And for the reason that they have done the right thing, you deserve a better future, that you were able to get yourself out from the pedophile, from the pedophile gang.
Yes.
I strongly believe, and I strongly feel, and I strongly pray for your well-being and the well-being of your family. And it is my humble prayer to Bhagwan Paramashivoham, to Swamiji, for all the blessings to be with you and your family. And I would like to strongly express that you have the support for your spiritual well-being, for the spiritual well-being of your family, to be there, for all the auspiciousness to be with you and your family. That's my message. And yes, Tejaswami.
Yes, absolutely, Maharaj. This has been an extraordinary sharing from Luke, and definitely this cannot continue. This cannot go on. And knowing all of this has happened, this definitely has to be stopped. Not one more sannyasi should be allowed to go through this. This cannot happen ever again, and we
Ever
have to
again.
ensure that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
please share your thoughts, Luke.
Yeah. Yes. The one thing I just want to say is, in my deep in my heart, I believe Hinduism is the only hope for humanity right now, just along with Swamiji's teachings. And as him being the supreme pontiff, taking all of these jabs, what else will we have? You'll never, if they successfully destroyed, which they will never be able to, they're just destroying themselves and their highest potential. So in my heart, I just want everyone to know. I keep repeating this. I just want everyone to know that everything was not true. All of the jabs, she was creating the videos outside of the door when I was in the room, and were false.
Luke, I actually wanted to ask you something. When did you finally break out of this whole thing? When did you break up with her? And how actually did you come out of the whole relationship?
Yes, so it was actually due to my family again, like my mother pulling me, just forcing me out, because I was so in control. I was, knowing spirituality and its sides. I truly believe I was under certain attraction spells and whatnot to keep me stuck, to the point where I would have to be ripped off of her leash that she had on me. So that's another thing too.
When did this happen?
This happened last July.
Okay.
End of July, early August.
Because the reason I'm asking is it's not easy, because she's a trained sex maniac. She had you under control, even
Yes.
with substance, and God knows whatever else, because she herself has said she's a meth addict. And
Yes.
really, we don't know if she had even slipped some substance in anything else. So
Yeah.
to be even able to come out of all of this, to even realize that yes, there is a way out for me, and I actually really do need to come out and take that step forward. To come out needs a lot of courage. You have taken tremendous courage for taking that step,
Thank
and
you.
I really thank you for that,
Yes. Thank you too, Tejaswami.
because this will be inspirational to so many others who are
I hope.
going through abuse, who have gone through abuse. They need to know that there is a path outside, there is a path out of this abuse. They can come out and they can clearly come back and restore themselves and go on with their lives. A normal life, no matter what it takes. No matter what it takes. And it is upon us to ensure that no other Hindu sannyasi is attacked in the
Yes.
manner that you were attacked.
Yes. Yes. This must stop.
And Tejaswami, like how we see that how much strong emphasis Bhagwan Swamiji is giving to what we eat, to our food, taking such a care that we get the right organic food, the best of the possible food and diet we get for the body to grow in the best possible healthy way. And how Luke was subjected to alcohol and substance abuse to just destroy him. Like how much we are being taken care in this ecosystem, and how much the ecosystem is protecting us. So this is something I feel ecosystem, including the family. Definitely, the family is the part of the ecosystem. So how all these best things in our life have protected and supported us. I feel quite very grateful to see this part of the life, this part of the supporting life, which is the really true support we have from Bhagwan.
Yes.
What is, look, I just wanted to ask you, what is your message for all? Anybody, I'm sure many of the devotees, disciples, and visitors are watching this. What is it that you want to tell them?
The one thing I want to tell everyone is just know in your heart that Swamiji, if you've lost the bhakti, if you've lost the feeling connection, if anything has been damaged, any doubts fill your mind, maybe before you go to sleep, or even while watching satsang and distracting you from the beautiful gift of the feeling connection that you can have with Bhagwan, please know that all of those things that may be flooding your mind are completely false. And for this, my life is on the line just for protecting Hinduism and for protecting what I believe is right. And I not even believe what's right, what is right. Because all of this abuse I've took is just teaching me that the evils of and the demons, as Swamiji calls, of this Bhuloka, of this plane and of this planet Earth, and how they can damage everything that could be good. So we must be careful. We must protect our Guru Bhakti. Swamiji has said many times also, this is not a cult. It's a culture. We're not in a cult. It's a culture. So for a lot of people who may think that this is some sort of, this is simply a culture. Our Guru is the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. He is our only hope as Hindus. We have to wake up and see this truth. And we have to dig into and not be afraid to dig into finding out what is the truth. And that would be my...
Absolutely. And really thank you for that. The way that whole thing has come out, it's really sad. How low can one human being, I don't even know if I can use that word, can someone, how low will they fall? How low will they go to the extreme to destroy somebody else's life? How can that be somebody's purpose in life, somebody's agenda in life? Why should this child rapist, this abuser, target Gurukul Balasans?
That's true, Tejaswami.
Larger agenda here.
Yes, that is very true. Because why was only Luke targeted? Why was a Gurukul Balasant only targeted? Why was it only just for sexual predation? Was it only a sexual fantasy? Why was the target very strategic and aimed towards only the Gurukul Balasant? Aimed only, and why? There are many unanswered questions actually. We don't know how the money used to come to her. We don't know who are the people behind this, and we don't know why the Gurukul was targeted. We don't know why a Gurukul Balasant was targeted. But definitely we see that there is something bigger behind it. And there are many unanswered questions. If it was only for sexual predation, why Luke? Why not somebody else? It had a reason. There was a reason behind it. There is a plot behind it that we are yet to discover. Why only Luke? Why not somebody else? Why only a Gurukul Balasant? Why only targeting the Gurukul in her videos, in her hate speech, in her whole targeted campaign? So there's a bigger purpose which is just unfolding, and this is thanks to the courage of Luke to open up, that we even come to know what we come to know of.
Yes, absolutely, Maharaj. And the time that he was here in the Gurukul, she was not able to do her crimes when she was still in the Adinam. But as soon as she left, she found an easy target. She brought her own predatory instincts and went after Luke, and she destroyed somebody's life.
Tejaswami, that is not only the role which she played. She had a whole infrastructure outside the Adinam, for sure.
Absolutely.
Because there was a flash, there was somebody to pay money. There was,
Yes.
it is not just being out of the Adinam. Because if you see, there's somebody to give money, there's somebody to support with an apartment. So there is a whole bunch of people apart from this individual predatory pedophile, sexual pedophile. That whole infrastructure, that whole gang was supporting her, and that is how she was able to do what she was able to do, what she was not able to do when she was inside.
Absolutely. She had the backing of an international crime racket, a pedophile racket, and a cult. Without that, it is too difficult to bring out such a large attack.
An anti-Hindu cult, an anti-Hindu criminal syndicate, an anti-Hindu grooming gang, an anti-Hindu, because very targeted only towards the best of Hinduism, very targeted to the best of Hinduism, the best of Gurukul, only targeted against Hinduism, nothing else.
Yes, precisely.
And this is the next sad part, the sick part. After all of this, while all of this abuse was the truth about this fanatic cult implant and child rapist, she and her international criminal gang have spread malicious lies to hide the horrendous crimes and human rights abuse, the child abuse done by them. This again is the same formula they follow. To hide their own crimes, they come out and make false claims, and in an attempt to actually deviate from their own crimes, deviate attention from their own crimes. And this is something that we have seen time and again. Worst of all, they tried to frame His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the crimes they committed in an attempt to escape from their atrocities. Yes. It is very evident. Luke has fallen victim to a anti-Hindu cult grooming gang. Like Maharaj mentioned, they were grooming Luke to be their slave and a weapon to attack His Divine Holiness.
Yes.
And see the game. All during their initial days, they will paint a completely different face. They will paint a completely different face, and just so that when they execute their true colors, when they show their true colors, they are claiming that they were insiders, just to give that false narrative, very silently giving a false image when they are inside, and when they are coming outside, revealing their true colors. Very strategically planned.
Yes.
And they are the ones who are doing all the crimes.
Yes.
And accusing of Swamiji, accusing His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, accusing him of the crimes that they are doing. Such a hypocrisy, such a two-face. It's extremely shocking, and it's hard to believe. Hard to believe that somebody can fall so low.
As we mentioned earlier, it takes tremendous courage to come and share what you have been through. It's not easy to share. And also, for your parents to come and share this, for your mother to come and share this, it is definitely not easy to talk about it, to express yourself, having seen the suffering, seen the pain that you have gone through. Definitely no mother wants their son to go through this, wants to see their son being affected by this, being abused in this manner.
No.
It takes a lot of courage and compassion actually for you and your parents to support you. Really thank you for that. Thank you for coming out and sharing your part of the story, your truth. This definitely will be a healing experience for a lot of people, not only now, but
I hope
as well.
this is truth.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, this is the truth. And everyone needs to know.
Yes, and please know that our prayers for healing are with you and your parents, all of you. Definitely with His Divine Holiness grace and blessings,
Yes.
there will be a healing process and completion, and definitely you'll be able to get back on track with your life. And
Yes.
let's take it upon ourselves to ensure that no other Hindu sannyasi is put through this ever again.
Ever
We have
again.
to do whatever it takes to ensure
Yes.
that this does not happen.
Yes. Yes, Swami.
Luke, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us and sharing. And it's been phenomenal to hear you go through this, hear your experience. And we just hope that there will be healing for you and your family. We really thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Tejo, Swami. You too.
So I just wanted to check in with Sharbesh Ramaraj, if you have any final thoughts.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
Let all the blessings be with you and your family. Thank you so much. From the depth of my heart, I thank you and your family for sharing. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottaragama. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting through this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya. Muruga at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience. life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I'll make you all Subramania.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda.
We request you to share this satsang, spread this message of Sri Kailasa, enrich yourself with enlightenment and enrich the world with enlightenment. We invite you all to share this video on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and other social media platforms you're watching us. It is now time to prepare to be in Upanishad with His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us make a conscious decision to be in a space of deep listening with a simple integrity with Swamiji, that we are here, open and available to receive the revelations of Paramashiva for Shakti Pada to happen. Let us chant the Mahavakya initiated by Swamiji. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotaris, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us through two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, Vancouver, Bhubaneswar, Calgary, Amarnath, Houston, Kalahasti, Guadalupe, Rameshwaram, Surrey, Canada, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Los Angeles, Toronto, Kailasam, Nithyananda University, Los Angeles, Hollywood, San Jose, Madurai, Seattle, Chidambaram, Pobrad, Slovakia, Oman, Sivagangai. There are some more cities. Hong Kong, Sirgari, Colorado Springs, USA. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, the 10th day of Dasara. Navaratri can be only 9 days. It cannot be 10th day. So 10th day of the Dasara and 8th day of the Venkateshwara Brahmotsavam. Venkateshwara is gracing us on the Swarna Aswavagana, golden horse vehicle, and Devi is gracing all of us with Lakshmi and Saraswati with the Swarna Kavacha, means the golden covering, and Sarvavarana Bhushita, and Sarvalankara means all the jewels which she is supposed to have from head to toe. The Karana, all the jewels, it's called Sarvalankara. She is gracing us in the Sarvalankara. Today we have many beautiful ceremonies in the temple. Navaratri festivals and ceremonies and pujas. Mahanavami puja happened from morning 5:30 a.m. 9:30 Mahabhoga for Durga Devi, and 10 o'clock Aarti for Mahadevi, and again 11:45 Mahabhoga for Mahadevi, and 12 p.m. Chandi Puja begins. Evening 4:30 important Swasini Puja, Kanya Puja, Kumari Puja and Vadaga Puja, where the kids, male and female kids, are made to sit and worship is done to them as representatives of Bhairava and Durga. And Sandhya Puja, and today Chandi Part. Continuously all these pujas will be happening. Everything will be live on Nithyananda TV. I welcome all of you to tune into Nithyananda TV and tune into Nithyananda itself. Now let's have the grace of Devi and Venkateshwara. Today we also have an important festival, Rathotsava of Venkateshwara. Venkateshwara Rathotsava as part of the Brahmotsava. A lot of wonderful things today. Today I wanted to expand on two important Advaita Satyas. Please listen. Go into the depths of completion, deeper and deeper and deeper levels of completion. You will discover you are your friend and you are your enemy. You are your God and you are your demon. Please listen. Go to the depths of completion. When you come to the subtle layers of the deepest layers of your incompletions, it's almost like a small movements inside the earth's plateaus causes a huge earthquake on the surface of the earth and causes tsunami and damage. But the root cause is just a small movement in the earth plates, the deeper level. If you get into your system, your being, and do more and more and more completion, you will also touch the space, the source of earthquake and tsunami. In that space, you will realize
You are your best friend if you do completion. You are your worst enemy if you don't attend yourself. You are your God if you complete with yourself. You are your enemy if you don't complete with yourself. You are your demon if you don't complete with yourself. Listen. If you do more and more completion with yourself, I am not giving you false promises. You will experience so many miracle powers. So many miracle powers. So casually will be expressing. And if you don't complete with yourself, within no time, before even you come to senses, before even you realize, you would have sunk, you would have gone so deep, you will be constantly attracting accidents, you will be seeing the channel of accidents. Your whole life will be the long chain of accidents. Whether you want your life to be long chain of miracles or long chain of accidents, choose, decide. Whether you want your life to be long chain of accidents or whether you want your life to be long chain of miracles, choose. And I tell you, within a month of regular completion, you will realize how you yourself cherish so many things which you want to give up. How you yourself celebrate your ignorance. Find out the reason why you celebrate your ignorance, irresponsibility. Your anger towards your boss. You just want to do opposite to what your boss wants. So what your boss wants? He wants you to be responsible. Come on. Let me become irresponsible and challenge him. Let's see what he can do to me. He cannot get anything out of force from me. But fool, by this decision you destroy your possibility. He will not be the loser, you will be the loser. It is like a stupid, you drink the poison and expect your boss to die. Your anger towards your father decides you never to take any responsibility or involvement in into the life. Your anger towards your mother. Look in. It is those subtle incompletions. And I tell you, the most stupid belief a human being can have is belief that he can be violated. Understand? Belief that you can be violated is the most stupid belief you can have. Neither physically, nor emotionally, or psychologically, or at the being level, you can be violated. Understand? You can never be violated. Your wrong perceptions about you will always be violated. If you think your body, you will constantly be violated, even by a look of somebody. If you think your mind, you will constantly be violated just by a word of somebody. If you think your emotions, You will be constantly violated. Just somebody not respecting you as you want. Whatever gives you the feeling you can be violated, renounce that as early as possible. Renounce that as early as possible. I am not giving you false promise. Understand? You are eternal life. You can neither be cut by the weapon nor be burnt by the fire or made wet by the water, or can be dried by the air. You are eternal life. Drop all the ideas. Complete with all the ideas, incompletions, which tells you you can be violated. You can't be violated. Understand? The belief you can be violated is the worst violation can happen to you. You can neither be violated in body, mind, being, emotion, in any level. Anything which makes you believe you can be violated is the violation. If your body makes you believe you can be violated, understand your body cunningly asking you to believe you are that, so that your whole life you will be wasting it, protecting it. Your mind, instead of asking you shelter, it makes you believe you are that, and with that stupidity you are bound, and your whole life you go on trying to protect that without getting violated, and you forget that has violated you. And if your body and mind asks you, I am your servant, please protect me, that no one should violate me, and you give the abhaya, yes, I give you the abhaya, and because through you I have to do what I want to do, I will protect you without getting violated. At least it is the right context. But your body and mind makes you believe you are that, and your whole life you are running around to protect it without getting violated, and finally end of the day you will realize you are violated by the very fellows for whom you were protecting, and getting the fear you may be violated, they violated you. End of the day, when your life is taken out of you, then you will realize, oh God, I was protecting this body and mind, thinking I should not be violated. Finally, these fellows have violated me. Understand? The worst belief actually, this is the revelation of today's early morning Samadhi by Kalabhairava. Yesterday night itself I was told today morning there is Pada Puja. So whenever there is Pada Puja, I don't stretch my body and completely lie down. I'll just sit and stretch my leg so that I can wake up in the morning early. So maybe around I think 3:30 I was out of Samadhi and just sitting. I can say that out of Samadhi but not moving the body. Sitting in that Sagaja space of Sagaja Samadhi. I just contemplated what is the one belief with which one incompletion, with which all human beings are suffering. This one truth today I reveal
should remove all the sufferings of human beings and put all of them into this bliss. Because I was sitting and I was just remembering few things need to be energized, to be installed in temples. We have some 10 Spatika lingas getting energized and few semi-precious stones, lingas, getting energized. Usually I will have all these in my inner space recorded, what all need to be energized. Whenever I am out of Samadhi and sitting in that Sahaja Samadhi, I will connect with all of them and do the energizing process. So during the energizing, if I pass on some ideas, that will also get programmed in that deity. So that deity will become the emblem, ideal, representation of that idea. So today when I was energizing, I was thinking, what is the idea? One idea with which I should do prana pratishtha of these lingas, so that forever humanity gets blessed, completed, and experiences the eternal bliss. I am also energizing some 20 Shivalingas, Sri Chakra, Sri Yantreshwara, means Shivalinga on which Sri Chakra is carved for all the Mahans. I am going to give to all the authentic Mahans. They can keep it and do puja every day, and wherever they go they can carry to those houses and do puja. So this energizing process, I wanted to see, there are many methods of energizing. You can energize purely with consciousness, and you can energize a deity for a particular specific idea, or you can energize fully with consciousness this one idea as the immediate priority. So usually what I do, I energize with full of consciousness and 2-3 concepts as the first priorities. So I was just thinking, what should be the idea? What should be the energy? See, if a deity is energized with one specific idea, whoever comes in the space of the deity and goes out, within 21 hours, automatically from somehow that idea will get into their brain from the air, and they will start contemplating about that idea. They will start, the seed will be put in that system. So I wanted to pick up one idea. So I was just sitting. Of course, source of all the ideas, great Kalbhairava, I was sitting with him. Actually, all these words I am uttering more in a dual sense for all of you to understand, but it is not dual. It was complete non-dual oneness. This one idea just jumped out. Just this one idea. If you complete with this one incompletion, you are Mahadeva. You achieved the space of Nithyanandoham, Shivoham. Just this one idea that you can be violated should be completed. You can't be violated. There is nothing in you which can be violated. And anything tells you you can be violated, discard it, because that is violating you. If your body makes you believe you can be violated, drop that idea. Tell that body, get out of me. Don't commit suicide. I am not saying you should commit suicide, but tell your body, get out of me. If you are going to tell me I can be violated, it is you who is violating me. If your emotions are telling you can be violated, tell your emotions, get out of me. If you say, I can be violated, you are only violating me, get out of me. If your mind is telling, no, I can be violated, then tell your mind, get out of me. If you tell me that I can be violated, you are already violating me. Whoever makes you believe you can be violated, tell them to get out of your life. You can never be violated. As long as you hold on to the stupid things which tells you can be violated, anything will violate you. Ordinary grass will poke you and you will have a wound. That wound will never get healed and your leg will be removed and you will die. Don't think I am building up a story. As long as you believe you can be violated, you don't even need a big weapon to kill you. You are not that big guy. Ordinary grass in the street is enough. You are done. All those deities which I am energizing now are fully pumped with a pure consciousness. This one idea as a priority. Anybody comes in the breathing space of the deity and goes out will suddenly have the clarity, I can't be violated. Anything which tells me I can be violated is not me. Understand? I wanted this to be a lesson for all my disciples and Gurukul kids. Note down in your book of art, and today and tomorrow, till tomorrow evening. Tomorrow we have Krama Brahmacharya initiation, but no sannyas initiation tomorrow, only Krama Brahmacharya. By tomorrow evening, you should all be completed with all the incompletions which makes you believe you can be violated. By tomorrow evening, you should all be clear. I cannot be violated. I tell you, Kala Bhairava is eternal. Just like you change your dress, you can change your bodies. Even if you don't know the law is law only for you. The good news is, whether you believe it or not, this news that life is eternal, you can change, throw your body as you want. This news is informed to you. And best news is, even if you don't believe it, the law applies for you. Even if you don't believe you have eternal life, you have eternal life. Good news is, somehow Kala Bhairava tells you, reaches this good news to your eyes, your ears, that you have eternal life. Nothing to worry, don't worry. There is nothing to be lost, nothing to be violated. There is nothing in you which can be violated. As Bhagavad Gita says, Nainan Chindandi Shastrani Nainan Dahati Pavakaha Nachainam Kletayantyapo Nasoshayati Marutaha. Weapons cut it not, fire burns it not, water wets it not, wind dries it not. I was so happy when that revelation happened. Wow. Array, this one incompletion, stupid, whole humanity is suffering. I don't know on which tower I should stand up and beat the drum and shout loudly. Hey, don't suffer, you can't be violated, this is the truth of life. And even if you don't believe also, this is the law of life with which you are going to be handled. This is the law of life. Good news is it reaches your ears. Best news is even if you don't believe, this is the way you are going to be handled. You can't be violated. Understand? I tell you, today and tomorrow, sit and pen down all the beliefs, incidents which started making you believe you can be violated, and complete with them. I am blessing you guys. I will support you all in this completion. If you can physically come, tomorrow evening bring all those patterns. After completing it, drop them in the papers and patterns, everything, into the Chandi Homa fire in Bididi. If you physically can't come, at least tomorrow after the Chandi Homa, burn it away with your patterns and the papers. I tell you, complete just with this one stupid belief you can be violated. You will be so free. It will be like as if inside your head some 200 worms were moving around all the time and eating your brain, and all the worms have been flushed out and cleaned, and you are fresh, free. Wow. All the unknown fears and unknown sufferings, unknown tortures you do to yourself will all be cleaned. You cannot be violated. And I want all the Gurukul kids to practice this. One truth, you cannot be violated. Because as a kid, even if your brother or friend, somebody slaps you or touches you or snatches away your pencil, even with those small things, you start believing you are violated. And that idea of being violated becomes such a strong pattern in you. As a kids, all our Gurukul kids should learn, when you are a kid itself, now itself learn, you can never be violated. You can never be violated. You are a pure consciousness. Understand? You can neither be cut nor be killed, or be burnt, or dried. And I tell you, if you create your whole nervous system with this one clarity, I can never be violated, what a power you will radiate to God. What an energy you guys will radiate. I wanted all our disciples to go to the tallest towers and mountains near your place, stand on the top and shout to the world. You can't be violated. Whatever makes you believe you can be violated is stupid. I really feel like Ramanuja today. That's what Ramanuja did. When he got that click, that Ashtakshari, the 8-lettered name of Vishnu, Bhagavan, when that is repeated, immediately that enlightenment is experienced, he could not control himself. He got onto the temple tower and said, my Guru has told me not to give this mantra to anyone and everyone, but I am telling you guys, all of you come and learn this mantra. You can immediately get the enlightenment and Vaikuntha. Take it. What happens to me, don't worry. And I tell you, I am so sure of what I am talking. Not only I want to claim the tallest tower building available near, I wanted every one of you to claim your nearest tallest tower and hills and building and shout from there to the whole world. You can't be violated. Anything which makes you believe you can be violated is stupidity. Anything which makes you believe you can be violated is only violating you. Not only this will be useful for our kids to create a new life, even if you are old, this will create a new body and mind. This will heal your whole system. I don't even want to talk from the utility angle. I just want you to know the truth. It's law of life whether you understand or not. Because it came from Kalabhairava, that is why I am telling the Kula Kundalini which is in all of you, which is extension of pure Kalabhairava. So it is through the Kula Kundalini, you and me, Kalabhairava, all are connected. We are all one in the space of that Kula Kundalini, which is the source of life in all of us. That's why I am requesting the Kula Kundalini, which is present in all the bodies. Please awaken to the truth. We can never be violated. All the ideas we started cherishing, we can be violated. Let completion happen to those ideas. Kula Kundalini means even in the form of sleeping, the Kundalini exists in your system. Kundalini means awakened Kundalini. Kula Kundalini means awakened or sleeping, the existing Kundalini, the Moola Kundalini. Some people may have Kundalini Shakti or not, but Kula Kundalini, everyone will have it. Because it is a source from which the Kundalini awakens. Kundalini is depicted as an awakened snake. Kula Kundalini is like a sleeping snake. Whether it is awakened or sleeping, it is there. The truth is, you can never be violated. Physically or mentally, emotionally, psychologically, consciously. There is no man, no woman, no human, no animal. It's pure space of Advaita Satya, Advaita Anubhava, Advaita Purna. Advaita Tejomaya. Rupa Rupa Virupa. Advaita Tejomaya. Beyond the form and formlessness. So the first idea I wanted to convey, first Satya I wanted to convey to all of you is, you are the best friend for you. You are the worst enemy for you. If you do completion, you are the best friend for you. If you don't, you are the worst enemy for you. You are the God for you if you do completion. You are the demon for you if you don't do completion. This is the first Satya. And second, the greatest Satya. Today's message for all of you from Kalabhairava directly. You can never be violated. You can never be violated. And anything makes you believe you can be violated is superstitiousness. Anything makes you believe you can be violated is atheism. Atheistic idea. Stupidity. Drop it. I bless you all and request Mahakala Bhairava to bless everyone, all of us, to radiate this great Satya, Advaita Satya. We can never be violated. And all the ideas, incompletions, which tells me I can be violated, should be completed, and let the realization I can never be violated forever become the source cognition of all of us. Let Kala Bhairava bless all of us to be in this one great experience. Don't carry this thought, oh, like this many completion I have done, nothing works for me. No. Every time when you do new process, the completion level increases. Just the tipping point. Who knows? Today's completion can be tipping point. The 51%. So have that clarity, courage, confidence, and do completion. Experience, I cannot be violated. The essence of today's satsang, I cannot be violated in any form, in any way. I am absolutely unviolatable. I am absolutely non-violatable. Then you will become non-violent. The real non-violence will happen only when you know you are non-violatable. Because that gives you the tremendous fulfillment, completion. Then why will you violate somebody? It's a completion. Makes you give the space of completion to others. When you declare in the inner image, I can't be violated, your outer image will be naturally, I won't violate. Others' image will be, he will not be violating. Your life image and others' image will be, no one will violate no one. No one will violate anybody. So with this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let's start the power manifestation. Let's sit straight. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. And let's start the Sadguru Vandanam for power manifestation session. Nithyanandam Paramasukhatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasyavilakhyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, such a beautiful darshan in Brahma Muhurta and powerful cognition that we cannot be violated. Bhagavan beautifully says, we are the God for ourselves, or we are the demon for ourselves. We, being in the space of Paramashiva, experiencing Paramashiva as our identity, as who we are. With that space, let's start the power manifestation session. We'll go through the security first. The disclaimer. What is power manifestation? Power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift that can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to ultimate powerfulness Turiyatita. Bhagavan again and again beautifully describes to us how we are consciousness. We are Paramashiva. By nature, that is how we are divine, who we are. We have come down to experience the state, space, power, superconsciousness, and being of Paramashiva, living as Turiya, the heightened intelligence in awareness, in now, and not getting deluded and not getting into the violation, again and again feeling violated. We are infinitely absolute. Living and declaring and experiencing that will make us understand that the powerfulness can take us to the Turiyatita state. The cognitive shift, deciding that we have come down to experience the higher states of reality again and again. The powerful shift that happens inside us manifest as powers to the outer world. Who is Paramashiva? He is Ajomuha, beyond the formal and formless. He is a living being, Avyakta and the Vyakta, the unmanifest and the manifest. He performs the Panchakritya, Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trabhava, Anugraha. Srishti, Satyojata phase. Manifestation is manifested. Manifestation is sustained. Manifestation is regenerated. Manifestation is pulled out of delusion. Manifestation is liberated. Vamadeva, sustenance is manifested. Sustenance is sustained. Sustenance is regenerated. Sustenance is pulled out of delusion. Sustenance is liberated. Aghora, the regeneration is manifested. Regeneration is sustained. Regeneration is regenerated. Regeneration is pulled out of delusion. Regeneration is liberated. Tat Purusha, delusion is manifested. Delusion is sustained. Delusion is regenerated. Delusion is pulled out of delusion. Delusion is liberated. Ishana, Anugraha. Anugraha is manifested. Anugraha is sustained. Anugraha is regenerated. Anugraha is pulled out of delusion. Anugraha is liberated. Paramashiva, who has come down as His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is an avatar from and is Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has made science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based university for humanity. So which in order of KAILASA, led by His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, Hindu diasporas are working for the global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest and extended campus in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism and 64 arts, science like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is 293rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Shamala Pita Savanya Pita, ancient apex body of Hinduism, and present emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam, He has survived the worst prosecution of multiple assassination on person and character, attempt on person and character by anti-Hindu elements. Paramashiva has come down as our Guru, Swamiji. He has given the world the science of power manifestation. The science of power manifestation, there is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shastra Pramanas, the Veda Agamas, the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the Hindu source scriptures, the Apta Pramanas, the Rishis, Ganas, Munis, Nayamas, Alvars, Yogis, Siddhas, the authority of Hinduisms, who are the scientists who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. The Atma Pramana, the avatars who land on the planet Earth to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar, personal experience of power manifestation. Shakshi Pramana, experience of millions of disciple, devotee, followers initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. The Shastra Pramana. This is from Shiva Samhita 5.7678.
The Shastra Pramana said about one notice of increasing height of body and object. Extension in the Shiva Samhita 5.76 to 78. Maranam bhadyate sakena vinadhadyate tasyasya paramate Rada Vayuksannagate Dene Radha Akashapanagadagati Maranam bhadyate kena sakena pinadhadyate tasyasya paramasiddhe animadi gunaprada vayuktanajanate dene Vedluvam
So beautiful. Bhagavan has given the translation. Death is eaten by him. He is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as the Ashtama Siddhi, Garima, Nima, Lagima, Mahima, the Vayu, the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juice of his body also increased. The rasa vriddhi, the nectar exuding from the eternal lotus, also increases in him. Bhagavan beautifully says how the dopamine, right, the delight spot in our brain can increase. It's now there is so many studies. When you are addicted to computer or cell phone or any other outer world thing, you only go on craving for that to increase the experience again and again, because you can never get fulfilled and you can never, it gets bored in any level that you start getting from outer world. If you start understanding to complete in the inner world and experience the highest nectar that is already there in who you are, the aham, Bhagavan beautifully says, when you unclutch, and only when you understand, you unclutch completely, and you are the identity who is experiencing who, and you are the experience. When you understand that, when you can unclutch from everything outside and experience the space inside you as the spot, once you are able to understand that again and again through unclutching from the outer world, the greater reality who you are gets revealed. And beautifully he says, he is eaten by none. that death comes only for people who are living in illusion and delusion. To pull you out of delusion and reboot yourself, the death happens. But if you do not have any illusion or delusion, you can drop the body at any time. You know that you cannot be violated. You know beautifully that space that you are existing is Paramashiva. Bhishma, when he declared for his father, when his father had to remarry, so Bhishma had to go and find the girl. The girl said to Bhishma, if you marry, your son will become the king. I don't know. I am not ready. So Bhishma declares from his space that he will be a brahmachari and be a slave till end of his life for Hastinapur. So beautifully he declares from his space, going beyond the lust pattern. He became the real brahmachari, where he was able to experience such a huge power that he started experiencing. Bhagavan beautifully says, in any of the 5 vows, Satya, Ahimsa, Brahmacharya, Asteya, Aprigraha, any of them, when we decide that boldly like Bhishma and that extreme like Sarva Parityagi, when you declare that, you go beyond the attachment, the pasa and pasu, and simply experience the abundance. Beyond the violation, there is an abundance. When each of these vows gives us the highest reality, when we go to the extreme and declare from the space, not visualization, not verbalization, not declaration, but the real actualization, Bhagavan says. We do not declare we are human beings. Like that, we don't have to declare the space. We know that we are going to live as Satya, Ahimsa, completely non-violent. Only that will happen that you know that you cannot be violated. You're absolute infinite. You can never be taken off, or nothing can be removed from you. When we are very clear who we are, the Nithya space, and when we are ready to search for that space inside us, we are ready to look for that space, decide to determine to live that space, then something else opens up and we start experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva. There is no boredom, there is no tiredness in that space. Continuously we can experience the rasa vidhi, the nectar exuding from the eternal lotus, and it keeps increasing. Such a beautiful experience start happening. You become blissful, you become happy, and you let everybody to expand around you because you become auspicious. Just possessing or thinking that something in this world is going to add anything or going to be removed, we are only becoming the demon. We have to declare we are God and goddesses. Goddess and goddesses do not possess anything but keep on contributing. And that way they are eternal and they are always blissful and always celebrating the space, state, powers and being of Paramashiva. Such a beautiful sutra and powerful cognition Bhagavan has given. Now the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana, if you see Hanuman, he is the ultimate when it comes to the Ahimsa, Satya, Aprigraha. He has declared very clearly he is there for only Rama. Ramanama is his breath, his life, his reality. And when he lived like that, he could do anything. He became as heavy as something that Bhishma could not even move his tail. And then Bhima could not move his tail. And Bhima was trying to see what in him is so powerful. He simply said Ramanama, the Mahavakya, is continuously, he's enjoying inside him the space of Paramashiva, of Rama, the ultimate, that he is residing in. Nothing could disturb him and nothing could take away that space. So he could manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. The Atma Pramana. Atma Pramana, Bhagavan himself, was in the Los Angeles, where he was blessing the devotees to move the deity, which was Nataraja deity, which was 6 feet and 10 inches. And the door was 6 feet and 8 inches. So they were waiting to cut the door and make a huge door. But Bhagavan said, no problem. Don't worry, Nataraja will fit. The minute he said, Nataraja himself shrunk and then became the same size. And when they measured again after the Nataraja deity was placed, it was 6 feet and 10 inches. How it could shrink and come back, remesh to the new size, nobody knows. But so beautifully when Bhagavan said, Nataraja simply made it happen. The power of being in oneness, making ferociously the boredom and tiredness, and experiencing Bhagavan as your ultimate, the space, the bhakti, just melting again and again in the space of Bhagavan, without the self-doubt and self-denial, self-hatred. There is nothing to be violated. Only to celebrate we have come down. We become the divine consciousness. Shakshi Pramana, there's millions of devotee disciples who have seen objects which they keep on the phone where they have downloaded the app or the weighing machine. They have seen the increase happening so beautifully. Here you can see from 26 to 28 to 29, it has really increased 3 grams. So beautiful. Now let's start the first round. You can download on an app, but if you have a weighing machine, that is extremely good. You can place an object to increase the weight of that object. So we'll start with the first round. Let's sit straight, head, neck, and back in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye again and again. When you remember, you are liberated. Absolute unclutch from the state of Paramashiva, complete completion from the space of Paramashiva, oneness to experience the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan said so beautifully, you cannot be violated. Only you deciding your powerless space is violation. Drop that and understand you're absolutely infinite. Brahman, nothing can be removed and nothing can be added. The Purnamada mantra, it says clearly, you are the whole, you are the ultimate. When you determine to live that ferociously, the boredom and breaking the boredom and tiredness, the pandemic fatigue, and experiencing that higher reality who you are, doing the thyaga, complete thyaga of anything and other than that space, nothing else belong to you, and who you are is the being of Paramashiva. You get sucked and pulled into KAILASA and chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When you chant the Mahavakya, it raises your frequency and everything you want becomes reality. Contemplate on Bhagavan's Satsang again and again. Raise yourself into complete completion. That outer world is irrelevant, redundant. It is just a dream. It does not have anything to do with you. Whether you are going through the worst or the best, if you are in deep sleep, even if your legs are chopped off, you are in the most happiest bliss space. So nothing actually touches us is the truth. So be very clear. You can never be violated. Who you are can never be violated. This body or this experience, what you experience with the outer world, whether health, wealth or relation, any of that does not violate who you are, the ultimate self. Go back to who you are. Simply you will see everything else fulfilling and becoming abundance for you. Now let's chant Mahavakya for 10 minutes with the oneness capsule and manifest the powers, and make sure you record the whole thing so you can share with the world. Let's start chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's start the oneness capsule. Continue chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Let's start the round 2. You can validate and update for the round 1. We can place another object. You can increase or decrease the weight of the object. Completely be in the will persistence that who you are. Bhagavan beautifully said that who the I is, the aham, is who you are. Unclutch to understand that the beyond the mind, beyond the yours, the attachment is who we exist. Declare your space. Paramashiva is your space, the very being who you exist. The more you are declaring, the more you are going to be remain as I and rich in I, the aham. Absolute unclutching, absolute complete completion, and ferociously breaking the boredom and tiredness. Any outer world again and again, which is giving you the pleasure, the D-spot, is only going to lead you to boredom and tiredness. Anything in the outer world, whatever is from verbalization, visualization, and declaration, is going to be only from your frustration. Again and again, leading to boredom and tiredness. The space who you are, that determined to be as aham, the self, Paramashiva in you, that is what is going to manifest as the reality, as the higher consciousness manifesting the powers. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye and chant the Mahavakya again and again. And you don't have to wait whether it is increasing, decreasing, nothing. Just declaration of determination that to exist who you are originally. Originally, the sun does not have to say, oh, the clouds are closing, I am violated. No, the cloud itself is seen because the sun is there. In the darkness, the cloud is not even seen. You understand you're the sun. Just because the clouds are passing, it does not do anything to the sun. The sun is not touched by it. Same way, whatever patterns we are going through, it is not us. It does not even belong to us. We are Paramashiva, who we are. When you are determined to stay in the space, state, and powers and superconsciousness, being of Paramashiva at the ultimate, doing the Tyaga, the real beautiful space, your melting space as who you are. Whatever you are understanding, melting down in the Shaktipada of oneness with Paramashiva, again and again, the reflection of who you are will be revealed to you. Bhagavan beautifully says, the Shaktipada, quantum entanglement happens when you declare, when you are determined, you are Paramashiva. So let's start the second round with intense chanting, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continuously chant, we'll play the Mahavakya. This is one more round to increase or decrease the object weight. Continue the manifestation with chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyanandam, such a beautiful experience. Let's start sharing our experience with the world. Bhagavan beautifully says, contribution is the way of pulling us out of delusion, unclutching and enriching. When you have unclutched, now you have to enrich. Go tell the world how you have experienced the manifestation from the powerful cognition shift. Sharing the powerful cognition and power manifestation simply again and again pulls you out of delusion and causing others to come to Paramashivoham program or Ganas program or the power manifestation sessions, pulling them out of delusion, and liberation happens. Their higher identity is nothing but your higher identity. Everybody, everything is a reflection of who you are. If you are manifesting that beautiful space in you, the reality that is experienced outside you is also beautifully manifested as consciousness. So go ahead, share in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. Whatever is manifested, put the picture recording and share it in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. With that, let's surrender all the power manifestation and powerful cognition to Bhagwan's lotus feet. Again and again, when we surrender, we raise in the frequency. With a deep seeking and gratitude, let's ask Swamiji to make this Paramashiva space as your reality. And with that, let's remember Paramashiva in your third eye and end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you, everybody, for participating in the Power Manifestation session. Please make sure you don't miss the Kailash Kotiyat sessions where Bhagavan himself surprisingly appears and gives the most powerful cognition and initiation into being of Paramashiva. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
The recording has stopped.